Good morning, colleagues, staff, listening and viewing audience. The 34th Legislature's Committee on Government Operations and Consumer Protection for August 27th is hereby called to order. Madam Clerk, kindly proceed to roll call.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, present. Senator Novell E. Francis, Jr. I'm here. Senator Francis, present. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger.
Present.
Senator Francis Heiliger, present. Senator Javon E. James, Sr. Senator James, absent. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, present. Senator Carla J. Joseph.
Present.
Senator Joseph, present. Senator Milton E. Potter. Senator Milton E. Potter, absent. Madam Chair, you have 5 present, 2 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We have a quorum. And thank you, colleagues, for being in attendance today. Before we proceed with our agenda items and have them read into the record, I am compelled to bring to the attention yesterday's horrific occurrence in Afghanistan, where 13 U.S. service members and dozens of Afghan civilians were among those killed in an explosion in Kabul airport. The Islamic State has since claimed responsibility for the explosions. As our country withdraws troops, American citizens, and Afghan citizens who are determined to leave their country in the evacuation mission, we pray for their safety and a peaceful closure as President Biden works to bring closure to the over 20 years of U.S. presence in Afghanistan. Many of our Virgin Islanders serving in the National Guard and as soldiers in other military branches have served fearlessly in Afghanistan. We thank our brave men and women of the Virgin Islands and across our nation who have served and are currently serving in our armed forces. May our God bless and comfort the family of those whose loved ones at the Kabul airport yesterday passed. Additionally, I would also like to take a moment to remember and pray for our Haitian brothers and sisters. The past few months have been a time of great upheaval in the lives of the Haitian people and those living abroad, including here in the Virgin Islands. The country has suffered the loss of its president, who was assassinated in July. And within this month of August, the country, the Haitian country, was hit by a 7.2 magnitude earthquake that resulted in the loss of lives, homes, and important infrastructure within the community, not to mention the passage of Tropical Storm Grace, whose winds and rains created further impact on an already fragile situation. The process of cleaning up after the natural disasters and rebuilding has just begun. Let us now also take this time to look at what has happened specifically in our St. Croix community with the killing in broad daylight of the young man in front of his father on a job site. This is unheard of. This is something that we as a people have to say that is a new normal with the level of violence that we are encountering. I say not. This is not a new normal for us to see this. And so I am pleading with the listening public who are hearing my voice. If you know and you saw something, stand up and be courageous and say something so that perpetrator can be brought to justice. And if you know that you are the person who perpetrated that crime, that heinous crime, come forward. Come forward. Everyone makes mistakes and errors, but it takes a great human being to come forward and have that courage to say that I did it. So I'm encouraging that person and other people to come forward. I want us to take a moment of silence as we pray for stabilization, help, and comfort and peace in Haiti, for the lives that were tragically lost yesterday in Afghanistan, as well as the families that were adversely impacted by the violent crime that happened on our big sister island where I'm here today in St. Croix. Colleagues, kindly join me for a brief moment of silence. Thank you, colleagues, and thank you, listening and viewing audience and our team. Before I continue, I would like the clerk to mark Senator Javon James Sr. present. He is here in the chambers here. And also my dear colleague in the St. Thomas District, Senator Milton Potter. He is also present. So, Madam Clerk, kindly read to us and place on the record what we have as our quorum. Madam Clerk, what is the count for the quorum? So we have the full complement of all members of the Committee on Government Operations and Consumer Protection here with us today. Colleagues, I am deeply grateful. At this time, I would also like to recognize our St. Thomas, St. John District Senator, Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, welcome. You're most welcome. Before we move forward and have our clerk read into the record our agenda, I do have one more item to cover. It's back to school time. I find it very joyous occasion when our young people are able to learn and we are preparing them for the future. So this year, as in last year, we have students learning remotely and some in person at our private and parochial institutions. We also lift them up in prayer, our students, our teachers, our parents, and administrators who continue to work to educate our students in these unprecedented times. Our prayers are with you. We must continue to press on regardless of whatever situations that we are faced in. Madam Clerk, please read into the record today's agenda.
The Committee on Government Operations and Consumer Protection has scheduled a meeting for 9 a.m. on Friday, August 27, 2021, in the Fritz E. Lowitz Conference Room, St. Croix. The purpose of the meeting is to receive testimony and consider Bill Number 34-0063, a resolution honoring and commending St. Clair Alfonso Wadabli de Silva for his invaluable contribution to continued development of calypso music in the Virgin Islands. This bill is sponsored by Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. The committee will also receive testimony and consider Bill Number 34-0064, an act honoring and commending Athniel C. Adiatli for his tireless years of informing and educating the public on current and past community issues, and by keeping the radio waves open in times of imminent danger to the community, and for naming a roadway in his honor. This bill is sponsored by Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. The committee will also receive testimony and consider Bill number 34.0084.5, an act amending the Virgin Islands Code, Title 14, Section 192, relating to the importance of snakes and invasive species to increase the fine for unauthorized importation of snakes and to make technical amendments amending Title 12, subsection 8(1)(d), relating to Fish and Wildlife Restoration Trust Fund, to extend the use of funds to regulate and enforce importation of control non-indigenous invasive species, and amending Title 19, Section 279, relating to prevention of introduction of contagious or infectious animals, to provide the quarantine of animals is at the owner's expense. This bill is sponsored by Senator Javon E. James Sr. Lastly, the committee will receive testimony on the operations of the Virgin Islands Veterans Affairs. Block 1, from 9 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. The committee will receive testimony and consider Bill number 34.0063, a resolution and commending St. Clair Alfonso Wadabli de Silva for his invaluable contribution to continue the development of calypso music in the Virgin Islands. This bill is sponsored by Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. The invited testifiers are Mr. Kimoy de Silva, Mr. Reginald Rasreg Martin, and Mr. Glenn Kwabena Davis.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Who speaks on behalf of Bill number 34.0063?
I do, Madam Chair. Also, one of the testifiers I have is also Governor Turnbull also.
Yes, Senator
good.
DeGraff. You may proceed.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers. Good morning, all of you and listeners and present. I am honored to be here and receive such a warm welcome from you and your committee. For not being a member, I feel honored. Thank you very much for that. Yes, good morning to my minority colleagues who have a strong seating in this committee. I thank you very much, and to all my colleagues, my staff who traveled with me. Bill number 34.0063, a resolution honoring and commending Sinclair Alfonso Wadabli de Silva for his invaluable contribution to the community, to continued development of calypso music in the Virgin Islands. Sinclair de Silva, I went to school with, and all the years and everybody called him, Wadabli, Wadabli. I said, well, you mean Sinclair? But it's an honor to recognize our icons in the community. And like you had just had Madam Clerk, to see a young, upcoming, great individual to be. I don't know if you're aware of Mr. De Silva, but for the young generation in this territory, this is one of our own who has risen to carry on an art form in the territory and that made him great. We'll make, at the time when the bill is to be moved, we'd like to make a technical amendment also to correct the date of birth for Mr. Wadabli, the year of birth from 1959 to 58. He's a member of some local bands, Dread Ones, Mandingo, Starlights. Those are the days when we used to party and have fun in this territory. And then he could stand up in front of a crowd and bust licks in lyrics and win Road March and Calypso Monarch. I mean, when I come to think of it, I don't think we have any other Calypsonian who win the Monarch and Road March at the same time. Maybe we do. So I ain't, but Wadabli is a master of that. When you think on some of the road marches that Wadabli was able to get it to the top, Off Man Jam, Traffic Tight, one for Milo, and Steel Band come in. Those are road march in our times when road march was road march. Carnival was carnival, Juve was Juve. What we have now is just a different version, but back then it was elite, you know, so I ain't knocking now. And then to think that he went on to win the Calypso Monarch 5 times. You know, when he sang Calypso of the Year Awards, he had 3 times in 91. He had Fair Markets for Market Square, Behave Yourself, and we want, imagine, from 1993, one of the songs he said, we retro. We retro, and here, 2021, we're looking to give back the retro. So again, a man ahead of his time. I'll calculate the amount of years, you know, but that's a lot of years to sing great music like that. And then what he won in his, again, political commentary song, like, where he won the 5 times at Monarch, Political Debt, Win or Lose, Bull to Cow, Tribute to Kitsch, Hypocrites and More Money, 50 Years a Mass, The Race, Keep on Trying, Not Because. And again, when you think of Wadabli, you see a humble man walking around, a great father, I have to say, you know, raise up a great sons, great children, great husband in this community, a real role model in the community. And for me to know him from a boy to a man now that I am, and see the impact that he has put on this community, I only found it fitting to honor him for carrying on his art form and for being the great person that he is. Again, I'm not a member of this committee. I'm asking for the committee to vote on this favorably. Madam Chair, I thank you very much for the time. Oh, excuse me, I didn't see it. I thank you very much for the time, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. Now, I understand we have in our midst some great legends who are here joining us virtually, who will be testifying on behalf of this bill. Of course, I want to definitely recognize our former governor, Charles Wesley Turnbull, PhD, for being here and taking time. I also would like to recognize Kamoy De Silva, who is the son of our great Calypsonian, Wadabli. And also I would like to recognize Mr. Glenn Kwabena Davis, a great storyteller in the Virgin Islands. So we have some great human beings here present. I also understand we have an audio from Mr. Reginald Ras-Reg Martin, great. You have collected some superstars to testify in support of this bill, Senator DeGraff. So what the order I would like for us to proceed with, we don't have on the record some testimonies, but that's fine. You could always send them after. But we would need a copy of the written testimony any testifiers have and will be reading into the record. The order I'm going to call the testifiers are as follows. We'll have Mr. Kamoy De Silva. Then we will have Mr. Glenn Kwabena Davis. We'll then have the audio from Mr. Reginald Ras-Reg Martin. And we're keeping the biggest superstar for the last. Our good former governor, Charles Wesley Turnbull. You will round out all of the testimonies. So let's proceed with Mr. Kamoy De Silva. Mr. De Silva, we are ready to receive your testimony. And a good morning to you.
Pleasant good morning to all. My name is Kamoy De Silva, and I am the youngest son of Sinclair Wadabli De Silva. First and foremost, I would like to take this time to express great thanks and gratitude to the man up above and those who have made it possible for this well-deserved opportunity of presenting my pops with his flowers while he is still here with us to receive them. There's a plaque we have placed up on the wall at home that I presented my father with a few years back at one of our carnival parades. And it features a photo of me and him, and beside it there's a poem entitled, I Am My Father's Son. And I would like to share that poem with you all. The poem reads, today of all days is Father's Day, a day set aside to remember the man. Remember the man who carved out the way for me to become a man. He taught me the do's and don'ts of life. He showed me how to treat a wife. I learned how to minimize strife. Lessons learned to maximize life. I remember times of history past where I forgot my father. I put him last. So many things have happened so fast. I should have remembered he is the mask. Strong and solid my father did stand, strict and stern, but honest and fair. Always listening to those big bands. With the music on, there is never a care. One thing is certain throughout this time, you always offer me your last dime. You cheered the loudest out of pride. You were always proud of what I tried. You have always been there for me when I needed you, and as much as we both deny it is true, I am my father's son. So, aside from the numerous awards and accolades he has received throughout the many years as a Calypsonian, my father has been and continues to be my biggest role model in more ways than one. Not only has he been the reason behind my love, dedication, and passion towards music, but his selfless ways of going above and beyond to put the needs of others before his very own is a testament to why he is loved and respected by many. A few great characteristics my father has is being one of the most humble and honest persons you could ever meet, but he is also not afraid to speak his mind on any matter, and that is as real as it can possibly get. The unconditional love he has continued to show his 5 kids and amazing wife is another reason I admire and aspire to be like him in the near future, as I one day start my own family, because he's a true example of a father figure. And unfortunately, there's too many in the world that does not have that same exact opportunity to have a father or solid male figure in their lives. So definite kudos to him for that. Now, we all know that there is many, many more great things to be said about the man you guys call Wadabli, and I proudly call Daddy. But for the sake of time, I just want to end by saying, continue being a great inspiration you are, not only for me, but also many others, and we appreciate the many invaluable contributions you have made thus far. Continue to make your friends and family proud, and we love and appreciate you always.
Thank you so much for that testimony, Mr. De Silva. We will now receive the testimony from my church brother, Mr. Glenn Kwabena Davis. Brother Davis, you are recognized for your testimony. We can't hear you. Are you muted? Please kindly unmute your mic. Please try again. Try to begin again, or we're going to take a 1-minute recess so we could iron out some of the technical issues that we're having. 1-minute recess. We are now called back to order. Brother Davis, please check your mic to make sure it's up and running. Just say good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands so we can make sure everything is up and running. We can't hear you. We're still not hearing anything from your end. Are you speaking? Testing one, you could say testing. Okay, so what we're gonna do while those technical issues are being worked out, we are going to proceed with the audio recording of Mr. Reginald Rasreg Martin. If we could pull that up at this time and proceed with his audio recording.
Yes, I just want to say, you know, as we just talk about Sinclair De Sylvia, I know him as Wadabli for so many years. I mean, over about 40 years or more. I've known Wadabli. You know, we call him Sinclair De Sylvia, but I know him as Wadabli. And, you know, first of all, I met Wadabli playing, say, with the Dread Ones for so many years, you know. And at that time, we had our little band named Eddie and the Movements. And, you know, Wadabli used to play percussion, as a matter of fact, with the Dread Ones. And then many a times when our band, Movements, when we're moving, Wadabli always come along. He tags along with us many times, and he played percussion. I know him from doing that, even a little backup vocals and stuff when he was doing with the Dread Ones. And then, you know, what happened as he progresses in life, though, Wadabli is a true musician. Wadabli used to play steel band and all this stuff, and you know, he loves singing so much that one time I brought him along with the band, and even Eddie was saying at the time, Rasreg, you know, you have to sing the song. You can't let Wadabli sing. You're the main singer. But Eddie, no, the guy's good. He could sing. So I know Wadabli always had that potential. And, you know, as he been doing his thing for so many years with the Dread Ones, and then he used to like a tag along with us with Eddie and the Movements. And then, you know, after he left the Dread Ones, Willis stole him away from us. So he ended up with Mandingo Brass. And, you know, I must say enough respect to the Wadabli. He's not only a good panist and, you know, he's an icon of music, because, you know, we find where Wadabli actually came along and start doing some singing with Mandingo Brass, where he's also a road march champion. You know, he actually won many road marches, you know. And you know, after many years have passed though, and I said to him one day, you know, when I went into the business and, you know, I finally left the Movements and I went solo myself, and, you know, I asked Wadabli even to compete in the Calypso competition, which he didn't care for that, but I was trying to tell him, you are a king in road march. You can also be the Calypso monarch, you know. So once I went into the competition in 1998 and I won the crown, and then in 99 I encouraged him to come on and sing, and you know, and to compete. And you know, in 1999 he became the Calypso king, and he did it 5 years consecutively. And I mean, he's not only, say, the Virgin Islands Calypso king, he was a road march king, like I told you, and he became the Calypso monarch for 5 years consecutively. He was also like the MSI king. You know, he have done so many things. So Wadabli have played a very part in our music and into my life in music. Wadabli came, a matter of fact, he had a song called Everybody Wants a Posse, and you know, he came to my house one time and I started to give him all the posses, like, you know, the animal posse, the dog posse, and he wrote a song, Everybody Wants a Posse. And you know, these these are the kind of things that he have done. He's very consistent, and he's a very good writer in music. And I just want to say all the best to him. And you know, as he made his mark into the music, what he also did is well, he even brought his son Kamoy into play. And as to see his son doing all this wonderful work, you know, I obviously enough respect to the King Wadabi. So I'm going to say all these accolades is an attribute they're given to him. Is a pleasure for me seeing this in my lifetime, where he can be honored for what his part that he has played into the music and the art form of calypso music. So Wadabi, sure enough, is an icon in the music. I just want to wish him all the best, and I hope that the other senators and everybody's here listening and seeing what's happening, that Wadabi is true deserving of what accolades you guys want to give to him. He's an icon, he's a champion, he's a king, and I want to wish him all the best. So to you and yours, I just want to say all to the best to Wadabi, and I hope that all the senators will look forward to giving him their support. And once again, I'm Ras Reg, a former Calypso monarch from 1998, and all the best to Wadabi, and all the best to the people of the Virgin Islands. Wadabi is truly an icon. You all take care. All the best.
Thank you, Mr. Reginald Ras Reg Martin, for that testimony. It was very riveting and gave us some in-depth insight on the character of Mr. De Silva. We would like to go back and see if we have ironed out and resolved some of the technical issues we were experiencing. Microphone check, Brother Davis.
Glenn Kwabena Davis, testing one.
You sound beautifully. We can hear you loud and clear over here. Wonderful. That's a beautiful thing. Kindly proceed with your testimony on the record.
This is Glenn Kwabena Davis here. A few words I'd like to, with you all I want to share. Greetings, Madam Chairman, and this august committee. Thanks for letting me give this testimony to express our pride in the very worthy St. Clair the Great, King Wadabi. He scales as backup singer and a percussionist, to calypso singer and lead vocalist, to outstanding calypsonian, and yes, God bless this respected master panist. True to his music, King Wadabi serve his homeland, so this honor he deserve. When people shun the damaged mentally, of man John brought great sympathy. Some people laugh, but most for the first time see they need to help, cause one could be their family. Then remember, from the fair market square, it inspired more cultural choices originating here. It pushed festival pride beyond our shores, I recall, when he declared our carnival is for the world. True to his music, culturally he served. Vote unanimous, yes, for this honor he deserves. A great panist tuner and cultural hero in the person of Ben Marrero. In his top class composition, beseeched Wadabi to enter competition year after year and song after song. Ben prompting was proof, proper and strong. Through song, reason, melody and rhyme, King Wadabi win the calypso crown 5 times. This don't require debate, fair or plenty enough. Vote as one, cause this King Wadabi deserves. Da 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 dam da 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 dam. La da da dam da dam da da dam. He truly faced much tragedy and pain Being resilient, he come back strong time and again. Like Ashanti, he help our youth learn to write song, and in other ways he help others come along. We salute talent worthy of emulation. Do your part and pass this resolution. Others have more to say than I do, so I respectfully close and again say thank you. From grateful Calypsonians, I say on their behalf, thanks for this resolution, Senator DeGraff.
Thank you so much, Brother Davis. Wonderfully and beautifully said and beautifully rendered. This is one of the first time I have been granted and honored to hear a testimony in song and music. So I know I echo what my colleagues here have been saying while they listen to your testimony. Thank you so much for putting that together and playing it on the record. So it is a historical impression for our people. Thank you so much. I would like to now call on our former governor, Governor Charles Wesley Turnbull, PhD, to be so kind to place his testimony on the record as well.
Honorable Madam Chair Carla Joseph and other members of the Committee on Government Operations and Consumer Protection of the 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, I consider it an honor to appear before you this morning to testify in favor of Bill number 340063, a resolution honoring and commending St. Clair Alfonso Wadabli de Silva for his invaluable contributions to continued development of calypso music in the Virgin Islands. Calypso, also known as calypso, is described by scholars such as the late Arnold Highfield and others as an African-inspired form of music that originated in Trinidad and Tobago and spread to other Caribbean islands, including the Virgin Islands. They point out that calypso is not only a form of entertainment, but also a means of social and political criticism and commentary. Calypso music became popular in the Virgin Islands in the late 1940s and early 1950s, and in the ensuing decades, outstanding calypsonians such as Louis Ibel Jr., John L., Nighty Pat, Samuel Ferdinand, King Derby, Camille Macedon, Glenn Quabina Davis, who you just heard, Lord Blakey, Kenneth Blake, Calypso Bombshell number 2, Beryl Hill, and others have emerged. Of course, high in this pantheon of great calypsonians stand St. Clair Alfonso Wadabli de Silva. Wadabli has performed as a lead singer, backup vocalist, percussionist, and as a pianist. Wadabli won 4 solo Carnival Road marches. He won the MSI Calypso of the Year award 3 times. And in 2002, Wadabli was crowned Caribbean Calypso King. In retirement, St. Clair Alfonso Wadabli continues to nurture music talents in the Virgin Islands by tutoring young musicians, including his son Kamoy, and by volunteering his services to schools and other community organizations. Once again, in closing, I strongly support Bill 340063. I commend those who proposed it, Senator Wayne DeGraff, Genevieve R. Whitaker, Marvin A. Blyden, and Franklin D. Johnson. And I urge the members of the legislature to pass this resolution, have it approved, and send it to the governor to be signed. I thank you very much for this honor of appearing before you in favor of Wadably and this resolution.
Thank you so
Thank you
much.
very much.
Thank you so much, former Governor Charles Turnbull, for your testimony and for taking time to come today and testify. Your testimony was very riveting and on point. I'm sure many of my colleagues, including myself, will be signing on to this resolution. We will now go into a 4-minute round of questioning. We will ask all the testifiers to kindly mute your mics. You may be called on our colleagues to speak, but we will let you know that and ask you to unmute your mic at that time. So I'd like to begin by first recognizing our Majority Leader, Mr. Marvin Blyden, for his 4 minutes. Senator Blyden, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning to my colleagues, listening and viewing audiences, staff, central staff, and good morning to the testifiers, and thank you so much for your testimonies. I must say, based on the testimonies, and I personally know Wadably for many years, I must say he is indeed a very honest and humble individual. I honestly didn't know, based on what I said, he played with he used to be with the Dread Ones and Movements. I knew Wadably from when he started with Mandingo Brass, and he is, in my opinion, a very good arranger, and he really into the steel pan. He into the pan. In many ways in his songs, if you hear him saying, playing the pans with his mouth, but he's into the pans. And I know Kamoy have basically walked in his footsteps. He have done a great job, and Kamoy himself is also a junior Calypsonian king. But his accomplishments, 5-time Monarch, 3-time MSI king, Caribbean king, I mean, is unheard of, you know, and also many road march. And many of his songs, like was stated by my colleagues, Man, that was a big one, the biggest hit, you know, and it was on point, and it touched a nerve in terms of bringing that, that segment to light for many individuals. He also spoke to traffic tight, and traffic used to be tight for really still tight. And he's, in my opinion, he is a real Virgin Islander who is into Calypso, and his heart and soul breathes Calypso music. I must say also, though, that when it comes to Wadably, I think he's a lyricist. His lyrics are catchy, they rhyme well, you know, and it makes you dance. And also, he's known for selling a lot of T-shirts, etc. in the village. Many people know him for that too, in terms of his drawings, etc. But I must say, though, that I'm proud to also sign another sponsor. I want to thank the sponsor, the main sponsor, for bringing this bill forward. Kamoy, good morning. How are you doing today? I ain't seen a minute.
Good morning.
Morning.
How you doing?
I good. How old were you when your dad first really got you into the art of Calypso? How old were you? I remember you being a very, very young boy.
Really glad you asked that question, because a lot of people actually don't know the history behind me actually getting into music and actually wanted to do music with my father. But I could remember from very small, around the age of 6 or 7, I could remember my father playing on his 3-string ukulele. So something we both now play, because that's why he also got me into playing. His 3-string ukulele, he would take and he would go inside and sing in the bedroom, and he would sit down and start playing his songs. And that would basically be his song for Carnival that year from time I was that age, you know. So at time I just went inside the room and sit down listening to him playing his music and playing on his ukulele, and I in there going along with him. And he basically telling me some of his stuff to sing, and I singing along his melody and stuff with him. And, you know, so it was from then he ended up writing a song for me, which was a song entitled Try a Thing. My very, very first song, it was a song entitled Try a Thing. And that was back in 2006 or 7, I believe.
Okay, but come on.
2007, yes. It was.
Come on, try it and give me one verse of that song quickly.
I told my daddy to write me a song so I can go in the competition. I want to be just like my daddy. You know his name is King Wadabli. So I come out to try a thing. Pam 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 banana. And show the people I can sing. Pam 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 banana. And show the people I can dance. Pam 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 banana. And show the people I can prance. Pam 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 banana.
Time.
So that was the very first time that I had.
And Kamoy, remember that song clearly, and you did a very good job. You did a very good job with that song, and I think you did well in that competition. And before I know my time was called, I just wanted to also say, Kwabena, that was a first for me, and I really say, must say that you did your thing this morning, man. You made us proud. And thanks again to the sponsor, and I want to thank you, Madam Chair, for the time, and thank you, testifiers, for your responses. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Senator Blyden. Senator Franklin Johnson, Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff, you have a point of inquiry.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Chair. Through the chair to Mr. Kamoy De Silva, if he could get in contact with his father to have him bring him up online. I've been trying to get in contact, was unable to. If so, if he's available. Thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. It would be definitely an added plus for us to have him here, and we definitely would love to hear from him. Thank you so much. Senator Francis, you are now recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good morning to you, my colleagues. Good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. And of course, good morning to former Governor Turnbull, Kamoy, and Glenn Kobina. I want to join you, Madam Chair, in expressing and paying homage to those individuals, those Marine that was attacked over at the Kabul airport yesterday, and again made the ultimate sacrifice and was killed in the line of duty. My heart goes out to them, and especially at a time where we have our bill sponsor today, who have also served. You know, I think it's very critical that we continue to pay homage to those individuals. So I want to make sure that we're keeping all of those individuals in our prayer as they continue to put themselves in harm's way. So today I'm very proud and excited for this resolution for several reasons. Of course, we're talking about family here. Sinclair Alfonso Wadabli de Silvia is in fact family. His wife is my first cousin, and all of the children are my cousins. So I really happy to be a part of this process where we're paying our respect and giving him his flowers while he's alive. Of course, he hailed from the island of Antigua. He have made his mark in our community here in the territory, similar to Nick Friday and some of the others I have done. Came from Antigua and certainly made their mark here. And he's a very unassuming individual. You know, when you see Wadabli, you can't judge him. But when he opens his mouth, you realize that this individual packed a serious punch. And in fact, you know, he has a gift. And you know, certainly I look forward to my annual complimentary CDs and T-shirts over the years where I went to St. Thomas during the village. You know, in my many years, I was traveling over to St. Thomas during my law enforcement career, and he'll never take a penny from me. He always wanted to make sure that I got my T-shirt and my CD, and I have all of them up to this day. So, Governor Turnbull, I thought you were going to sing a little tune for us today. I thought that Glenn Kobina would have given you the guitar, and certainly so that you could have sing a little tune for us. What happened?
The answer, you want to know what happened?
No, I sing in the shower.
What was that, Governor?
I sing in the shower. And I used to sing and going off. Oh, man, my favorite one because I was going off in the shower.
Thank you, Governor, for certainly, again, your testimony. I think it was very important, and we do see Wadabli on the line. Wadabli, good morning. How are you doing?
President, good morning to one and all. Good morning to one and all.
It's good to have you, man, and certainly to pay tribute for all those number of years that you certainly contributed to the territory in terms of music. Gabina, in terms of that tune that you sang for us this morning, how long it took you to put that together?
Well, 2 days.
2 minutes. 2 days, you said?
2 days, 48 hours.
2 days, right. So can you speak to your inspiration in putting that together? Because again, putting calypso a lot of times, is really the social ills that may be going on in the community and being able to put those things into songs. Can you just talk about how you were able to put those lyrics together and again, making such an impact similar to what Wadabli was able to do over the years?
Well, one of the things is when you have been, where am I? Oh, is that me? Okay. When someone has outdone you in the competition realm, it is an inspiration. And when you see the quality of songs that they are able to compose, whether it is humor, whether it's political or social commentary, whether it's for festive, for the festive process, it lets you know that this is not a one song, one topic type of artist. This is someone who sees the value of the art as something, each composition is beyond the moment. It is timeless. And it is because of these kind of things, it reminds me a lot of myself. And it makes it so much easier to listen to his music, feel the messages, spread the message, and be inspired by him in so many ways. And that's why it was easy for me to sit down and compose this, knowing the background of the young man and listening to that song that Aben Marrero had done to implore him to get into the Calypso competition. It said a lot for me, and that's why it was so easy for me to take just 2 days to compose this song.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And again, Madam Chair, I will be signing on to this resolution as well. I want to commend the bill's sponsor and commend Wadabli for his 4-time Carnival Road marches, his 5-time consecutive years from 1999 to 2003. And I also want to thank the bill sponsor for his service in terms of this day being a solemn day as a result of what's happening over in Afghanistan. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you so much, Senator Francis. Senator Blyden, you are recognized for your point of information.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I see that Wadabli reached, so I wanted to just bust a couple of lyrics for him. Traffic Tight, I really enjoyed that song. I remember I used to sneak out the house to go push Charlie and them stuff. But anyway, traffic tight, day and night, on the rock, round the clock, like a field band, for carnival, it's a pity. In Rock City, we got to find out a solution. Thank you, Madam Chair. But that one for you.
I really want to commend Glenn Kwabena Davis for that awesome rendition that he did, man. Give me goosebumps, you know? Only a man like Kwabena could do something like that, you know? That's one of our real true Calypsonians and poets and legends here in the Virgin Islands also. So I thank him very much for that. Thanks, Senator Francis.
Thank you so much, Mr. De Silva. Thank you so much and for being here. At this time, I would like to recognize Senator Franklin Johnson for your 4 minutes. Senator Johnson.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to the listening and viewing audience. Good morning to Wadabli. Good morning to the testifiers. I can't say when I actually met Wadabli, but I'm quite sure it was in the ghetto the first time I encountered him back in the 80s, Paul and Pearson. We used to play a lot of cards underneath those trees, Wadabli. Remember when the old folks used to come out and play card games, domino and all that? Those were wonderful days. My colleague wasn't born at that time. I'm quite sure that. This colleague of mine was still someplace swimming around. But those were the real good days, and my tune is off, man. Everybody going off, boom boom, like the people catch a draft, boom boom. Everybody going off, oh Lord. What that play? Yes, it is an honor.
Yeah.
It is an honor to be on this very important piece of legislation, honoring you. You deserve it. You deserve it. You are a true Virgin Islander, a true Calypsonian, a man of the soil. And, you are one-man gang for many times. Some people need a whole crew to walk with them. You would go down the parade route with your T-shirt in one hand, your CD in the next, and you go down on one side and you come back up on the next. Those were the real beautiful, wonderful days. I mean, I never used to miss Carnival back then, and I could just see those days hopefully one day coming back, and it's a good thing that you pass on that, that wonderful sound and voice to your young son, Kamoy, who will be taking off and doing that, and he's been doing it for these past years, and, it's just an honor to be a part of this. I must say that without people like you, the music will surely be lost and died, but you make sure that you teach and you pass it on, and that's the most important thing in life. When you have a skill, a trade, that you pass it on to someone else to make sure that whatever you know, whatever you learn, that it's passed on for the next generation and the next generation to come. So, I won't use all my 4 minutes, but I say thank you for all you have done for the people of the Virgin Islands, and it's an honor to be on this piece of legislation to honor you. Thank you. Wadabli. God bless you. Love you, brother.
Thank you very much, man. But I want to say one thing. People think that the lyrics in that song, Half Man Jam, the chorus, the last thing I said was, don't laugh. Everybody think I'm saying, oh, Lord.
Yeah.
I don't want you to laugh at the people then because they have a serious problem. We have to try to help them. Yes. You know what I mean? So that was the lyrics in that song. But everybody up to this day think the words is, oh, Lord. But I don't say nothing. I just leave them,
But thank you very much, because up to this day I thought so too. Yeah. Thank you very much. Up to this day I thought that's what the lyric was. And it's good that you clarify that so people can understand. Although you were singing about the crazy people, the people with mental challenge and stuff like that, you was at the same time sending a message saying that it's a serious situation, don't laugh about it. And we still have that crisis here in this territory. So this is a song that's going to be going down for years until we could find a solution to really slow this up. That song will always be remembered, because every time somebody sees someone that we think have those mental challenges, we're saying they're going off. That's what we say. So that lyrics really is some strong meaning. Again, I say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you too.
Thank you so much, Senator Johnson. I just want to feed in. Mr. De Silva, you wanted to say something?
No, go ahead.
Okay, thank you kindly. So I just wanted to also say something briefly, because I've known you for a number of years, and it's such a warm day, warming to all of our hearts and moreover to our spirits, to know that you're still here with us and you made time to join us. It's good to see you, even though it's virtually, and we just really appreciate that all that you have done for us and for the community. So I will move on now to our very junior, just in age, junior member of our committee, Senator Javon James Sr., you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. I want to say congratulations to Mr. Wadabli, Mr. De Silva. It is really an honor to sit here before this committee to give you your roses while you are alive. But I want to tell you the story about the year when you put some licks on Daddy Friday when you won the road march. Can you give us the little backstory on that?
What, 82?
What song it was?
That was the year with the Half-Man Jam.
The Half-Man?
Half-Man Jam, everybody going half, yeah.
Because I can
That
remember
was in 1981. I had Jam in the band for 81. And Daddy Friday had Backbone, wiggling, 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 wiggling. That captured the road march over Jam for 81 in the year. Then in 1982, I came back with Half-Man, 83 Traffic Tight, and first person to win consecutive road marches.
Because, yeah, I want to say congratulations because I know Daddy Friday is a very competitive person and he takes road march seriously. So for a person like you to win that, it meant that you did something well when you captured the ears of the steel pan orchestras, the DJs, and the list goes on. So I could go on and say many things, but the good thing I like about your what do you call it? Your resolution, you're born July 3rd.
Yeah.
So you come from good people, you're born July 7th, so Kansas rock. So it makes sense, it makes sense. Somebody to mute their mic. But all jokes aside, Mr. De Silva, today or tomorrow, you know, one of these days, every single one of us will have to leave this earth. If there's one thing you want the people of the Virgin Islands to be reminded of when your name comes up, what would it be? Can you place that on the record?
I always had a liking for the community and want to give them a message that they can relate to, like I do in my songs. I always sing lyrics that people can relate to, that things that they can see happening in the community and stuff like that. So once my legacy goes down, I ain't looking no big accolades, but whoever is presented to me, I appreciate, and I'd like to thank all the people that helped me thus far.
And what advice would you give to the upcoming young Virgin Islanders who are interested in singing true calypso?
It's hard. It's hard because the young people these days ain't into really that kind of calypso. So you have to find somebody that really wants to do it. Show me that they really want to do it, and I wouldn't have a problem with helping them. But I would advise to the young kids, if you want to get into calypso, try a thing. You could never tell what will happen. That's what Kamoy did, and see what happened.
And my another question is, besides your son Kamoy, and much respect to him, who would you say that you have under your wings and you have mentored throughout the years and they're now in the field of music and calypso?
Well, I mentored a lot of junior calypsonians, but they are off the island now. A lot of them has grown to adults and stopped singing calypso. So it's not really much of that I can point my finger on and say I mentored him or her, you know? But I try to help everybody I could. They know that, you know what I mean? I used to go to all the schools every carnival season. They used to have these things in the schools. You go to sing calypso. I went to all the schools in the Virgin Islands.
Madam Chair, my time was called. I will just wrap up by saying that I know your son Kamal would have been very proud if he was alive today to see you being honored by this body. So to your son, may his soul continue to rest in peace. I know he was involved in music as well. And to the entire De Silva family, y'all should all be proud of your father's or his legacy. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator.
And thank you so much, Senator James. Senator Milton Potter. Senator Potter. I will proceed with my comments. Oh, I'm so sorry. Senator Francis Heiliger, you're recognized.
Good. Okay. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to testifiers. Good morning to the people of the territory. Mr. De Silva, congratulations on this time that we are taking out to honor you for all that you have done. While I sit here and listen to my colleagues sing, I hope next carnival season they will all be up on a stage at some point, since they're performing so well here today. You could probably help train some. But I want to take some time out to ask you some questions. We're here because of all that you have done in regards to Calypso. And you also just shared that, you know, some of the individuals you might have mentored over the years have gone on and they might not be involved in the music anymore. How do you think as a community we could continue to develop Calypso music so it could continue to be a long legacy here as part of our Virgin Islands?
That question is for me, I guess.
I didn't hear what you said.
France. I got you.
Okay.
Right now, in these times, it's really hard. But if we want to, we could put a little group together that if you have kids that are serious and really want to advance in the art form, we could put a little group together, a little organization together, and I would tutor the kids and try to help them with in the art form as much as possible, you know? I don't know if it right now would be that feasible. Also, Mr. Malbon comes, we could get along with get with somebody like him and to deal with the kids and stuff like that. If we, to do something in the Calypso vein, you know. But the kids have to show interest. They have to be, because it's not easy to deal with kids that are uninterested.
I totally agree with you. One of the things that I love about Calypso music has to do with the fact that it tells stories. A lot of times there's so much ingrained in the lyrics of the song that you could tell an entire story in one song and the entire public understands what's being said. And that is what I've always found so beautiful about Calypso. Could you expound a little bit about that as to how, when you're creating lyrics, what inspires you to do so, to even create a story to be told in the first place?
Well, I look into the community and I see things happening in the community that I like or dislike. And that's where I voice my opinion most of the time. You know what I mean? Politically is who I'm going with for whatever situation. If it's governor, I'm saying for Governor Turnbull, I sang for him and against him. So that's how I am. I ain't gonna always sing what people want me to hear. I gonna sing what's going on, what I think the people should hear.
Okay, well, that's fair enough. Kamoy, as we have discussed here today, you seem to have been following in your father's footsteps, as we have even followed you from a young child. And I am sure your father is also proud to know that you are utilizing Calypso as a form of spreading the word in music as well as a message. How do you feel about this time being taken out to honor your father today?
More than happy. I'm overjoyed because, like I said in my testimony, it is a well-deserved honor because he is more than deserving of the accolades he has received thus far. And this very moment, you know, so I am very proud as his son, his youngest son, also following in his footsteps. I am very, very proud, but also from the rest of our family. And like Senator Javon James said, my second oldest brother, he definitely would have been proud of this opportunity and, you know, to see my father being recognized by this amazing group of people on this body, you know. So he definitely would have been proud. And from him, like Senator Javon said, Senator Javon James said, may he rest in peace. And, you know, we are all proud of him and he's really deserving of this honor. And we all appreciate the time you guys took to be with him.
Definitely. condolences to your family on that loss. And I want to say thank you for giving me an opportunity to really speak to you, because as a member of this community that grew up listening to Wadabli's music, we would often chat here at the legislature. For those of you, he's worked here for years, and we would always communicate. You are missed. We do miss you not being here, but I am sure you're enjoying your retirement. So congratulations again, and I look forward to definitely voting in the affirmative as it relates to this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Senator Francis Heiliger, for those comments. They were really, really good questions. Is Senator Milton Potter in the chambers? Senator Milton Potter, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Good morning. Am I being heard now? Good morning, colleagues. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. And I just want to express kudos to you, Wadabli, Sinclair de Silva, on this really significant honor. My first question to you, Wadabli, is you've achieved a lot in a very long and illustrious career. What, if you were to single out your greatest achievement as a band leader, a songwriter, a calypsonian, what would that greatest achievement in your view be?
I think it's going to have to be when in 2002 when I won the Calypso Monarch and the Caribbean Calypso Monarch.
Yeah, that was a big one. I remember that too. I mean, when you mention music and culture in the U.S. Virgin Islands, the name Sinclair Wadabli de Silva has a very prominent place at the front of the line. What I always admired about Wadabli was his talent for sure, his creativity, and his confidence. I mean, he was one confident person when he came out there on stage. He took command of that stage. I remember when I was back in the early days, people like Senator Francis are too young to remember those days when we were in the Dread Ones Brass. Yes. Play music, and there was always a healthy competition, you know, and Wadabli started out with Dread Ones Brass, but he was so talented, I think Mandingo Brass stole him away from us. So that was a big regret. But, you know, Wadabli... Yes, with my brother, the Fata Pata, and I think he was your classmate from the class of 78, which produced some very talented individuals, you know. So I just really want to express gratitude to you, Kamoy, your son, your protege. I know when he started, we used to call him Singer Boy, Kamoy. He was very talented. We couldn't expect anything less as, you know, son of an icon, Wadabli. Wadabli, anytime you can attract people like Governor Charles Turnbull and Kwabena, two community stalwarts in their own right, to take the time to be here, you know you're large, you know. So I just want to commend you, congratulate you, to express gratitude to you. Somebody once said that feeling gratitude and not expressing it is like wrapping up a present nicely and not giving it, you know? So I'm grateful that we are able to feel gratitude and express gratitude to you on behalf of a very grateful community. Thank you for all of your contributions to music and culture in this community. We respect and appreciate you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much for your time, Madam Chair.
And thank you so much, Senator Potter. It's good to see you. I just want to take my time for the 4 minutes to place on the record some of the things that I have come to know about the great man who is being honored today with this resolution. Firstly, I want to really commend Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff for the foresight to put in this legislation to honor you and give you your flowers while you are still on top of God's earth. So kudos to you, Senator DeGraff. I have had the opportunity to know 4 great Calypsonians who came out of the island nation of Antigua and Barbuda. I have known Val White. I also know and came in contact with the late Trevor Nick Friday, Reginald Rasreg Martin, as well as you now also, Mr. De Silva. You bring to the forefront commentary that may be sometimes controversial, but are true to what the average persons are experiencing in life. You bring that to sound and music so that we as a people can be inspired and uplifted. How you are able to do that as Calypsonians, I could tell anyone I am deficient in that area, but I admire it so greatly because it tells the story, it inspires, it uplifts, and it encourages people. That is something I know and I believe that God placed in your spirit to do and to be here to provide that. Your son, Kamoy, spoke so highly of you as a father and how you has helped support him. What a true man you are. To be such an inspiration to not only others, but it starts right at home. And he is here today with you to support you and give you that love and encouragement. Kamoy, I don't know you, but I understand that you live in the same housing community where I grew up, and I'm sure I lived there longer than you have been on top of God's good earth, Bovoni Housing Community. Tell me what it is like. Tell me what it was like. Tell us how you were able to stay focused and live in the shadow to encourage a great icon like your father, a great Calypso icon like your father.
But back in the Bovoni days, I was very, very small, very young, so I don't remember much of the Bovoni days, but I could remember in Ras Valley because that's where most of my life was up until I was about 17, back in 2017. But it was very hold on one second. It was very, yeah, you guys can hear me now? Yeah. Okay, so it was very different to see my dad, doing his calypso thing and doing his music thing, but it was also very, very appreciative of having the opportunity to be with him and actually sit down and listen to music, work on music with him, at home. And it's a different space than being around other people and being in a studio, because once you have that different bond between a father and son, it's totally something different, to be able to have the opportunity to sit down and work on music like that with a figure like that in your life. And, that inspiration was there and it has been there and continues to be there. And I'm really proud and grateful for this opportunity, like I said, and I'm really glad to have a father like him in my life. And I show the rest of his kids Casiso as well, and my loving mom, so I'm very glad that he's here and, we appreciate him for everything he's done.
Thank you. I also want to ask if former Governor Charles Turnbull, I really got to know Mr. De Silva closer because I was working for former Senator George E. Goodwin in the Turnbull Richards administration. And Mr. De Silva was very cordial. He would come up to the office and he would visit with former Senator George Goodwin at that time. So former Governor Charles Turnbull, tell me what were some of the first or more riveting memories you have about Mr. De Silva? Share with us, because I know you also are a great storyteller. You can really point out key aspects that drove you to make it today to support this resolution.
Mr. De Silva, or Dable, is a true Calypsonian. As he mentioned before, he sang for me and he sang again against me. In fact, there's one particular song he sang, I wouldn't say what it is, that I believe was very instrumental in one of my elections. But before that, he sang one against me. So a Calypsonian shouldn't pick and choose. You see something in the community and you refer to it. Sometimes it may be negative for somebody, it may be positive. And politicians have to understand that. Don't have a thin-skinned Calypsonian. Unless you're a Calypsonian yourself and you'll sing against them. So you let them go by. When they sing against you, just keep quiet and let them pass by. Next time they may sing in favor of you. So it is the kind of thing that makes me to be proud of him and to appreciate his contributions, because he's a true Calypsonian.
Thank you so much, and that's very good advice as former Governor Turnbull. I want to ask that the proponent of this measure and recognize you for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you to all of my colleagues in regards to their professionalism with the bill. I continue to ask for the support to make this a reality. A couple of things I'd just like to also thank you for recognizing my fallen comrades, as I'm a veteran who have served in the region of going to Iraq, and very sad, and the people of Haiti, but also for us to look at the violence taking place in this territory and come together and look to address that, because with us here recognizing great people in our own territory, we have to address some of these ills also in the territory. Somebody might say here a resolution isn't any legislation, but the people who put me in this seat should be honored, and honored while we have a chance and while they're alive to see their flowers. Wadabli a chicken hawk, go chicken hawks. Like I said, he came out in the class of 78, I came out in the class of 79. So again, much great kudos to that. Imagine my father was a great singer. I can't sing a lick. Come here, putting out a resolution and hearing my colleagues singing. So I mean, that touched me great. I do appreciate that. Wadabli, the only other amendment I need to put to this bill is to make you an honorary Savanero, because when you do great things in this territory, I think you should be an honorary Savanero. That's how I feel as a Savanero. And, the one thing I probably need to add to Wadabli is thanks for being a friend, and I am your friend. So I appreciate that. And in closing, my message to you, Wadabli, are the testifiers that testified on your behalf today. And in wrapping up, I would just like to ask each testifier to put in their final statement before Madam Chair gives them, before the bill moves on. So we could take it from, again, Kamoy, Mr. Reg is in here, Ras Reg, Kamoy, Kwabena, and Governor Turnbull. Again, thank you for appearing. Thank you for the great words of wisdom. And you could wrap it up by through the chair on her time. Thank you for the time, Madam Chair. I ask for full support again. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Senator DeGraff. I will ask each of the testifiers before we act on this measure to please say about 30 minutes to 30 seconds, excuse me. Thank you. 30 seconds to wrap up. We'll start with you first, Mr. Kamoy De Silva.
Thanks again, Senator Joseph. Again, I would like to express great gratitude and thanks to the man above. And every single one of you guys who made this amazing opportunity possible to give my pops his flowers while he's still here with us, you know, it is very, very blessed and amazing to see the amazing man he has been and continues to be in this community and continues to help not only the young generation, but also others, you know. And he's very, very, very humble to receive this honor from you guys. And I'm glad to be here to witness it as well. So from the rest of our family, we all love and appreciate him. And thank you guys so much for sharing this opportunity with us.
Thank you so much, Mr. De Silva, for those very great words about your father. Next, I'd like to recognize Mr. Glenn Kwabena Davis for your 30 seconds wrap up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I would like to piggyback on Senator Johnson's comment, actually his question that Wadabli clarified. That's why in the song, I just want to repeat the words again. When people shun the damage mentally of man jam brought back great sympathy. Some people laugh, but most for the first time see the need to help because one could be their family. The point is that for over 30 years, I have had to defend Wadabli with this song. Hundreds of people, they cussed me out, I cussed them back out, and it's because they did not understand the value of the artist. This is a timeless song. It isn't something for the moment. It had a beautiful festive rhythm, but the lyrics were dead serious. And this is the point that I just want to continue to bring home. A man like him, the way he writes and with the depth with which he writes, it is a tremendous inspiration that we need to encourage and continue. And this is why we are going to need to do our best to revive cultural education, revive the Cultural Heritage Institute, try to bring Carnival back to the community where we can do certain things, where our creativity and talent can come out and not just continue to focus on this virtual thing. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Brother Davis, because some of what you said is very key. What you are talking about was really a crime prevention measures to keep our young people focused on their culture, and so that they know that you can have ways to cope with things that are happening in our community and a positive outlet for those. You know, it takes a great person, it takes a great man to be able to stand up and sing and put tune to music and sing in the midst with a lot of backlash that you are going to encounter when you take that step to make a commentary using Calypso. So again, my kudos to you and my hat goes off to Mr. De Silva. Former Governor Charles Turnbull, you're recognized for your 30 seconds.
Yes, in every field of endeavor, you have degrees of achievement. For example, in sports, you could win the bronze, you could win the silver, you could win the gold. In his area, Wadabli wins the gold. He is not just a star, he's a superstar. May God continue to bless him.
Thank you, Governor Turnbull, former Governor Turnbull. Colleagues, do I hear a motion? Senator Johnson?
Motion.
You have a motion?
I move that Bill number 340063, a resolution honoring and commending St. Clair Alfonso Wadabli De Silva for his invaluable contribution to continued development of calypso music in the Virgin Islands. Technical amendment. In the first whereas, St. Clair Alfonso Wadabli De Silva was born on the island of Antigua in the city of St. John, July 3rd, striking 1959, inserting 1958. I so move that this be moved to Committee on Rules and Judiciary for further consideration. I so move.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Moved by Senator Johnson and seconded by Senator Novell Francis, Ann Blyden, as well as Senator James. Roll call on
Alma Francis Heiliger.
and Senator Francis Heiliger. Thank you kindly. Now we see you up there. No worries. Thank you so much, Senator Francis Heiliger. Roll call on Bill number 34-0063 as amended.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yea. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Senator Francis, yea. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger.
Yes.
Senator Francis Heiliger, yea. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Senator Javon E. James Sr., yea. Senator Franklin D. Johnson.
Yay.
Senator Johnson, yea. Senator Carla Joseph. Senator Joseph, yea. Senator Milton E. Potter.
We're not hearing you, Senator Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter,
Yes,
yea. Madam Chair, you have 7 yeas.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Bill number 34-0063 as amended, a resolution honoring and commending Sinclair Alfonso Wadabli da Silva for his invaluable contribution to continued development of calypso music in the Virgin Islands has been approved and will be forwarded to the Committee on Rules and Judiciary for further consideration and action. Madam Clerk, kindly, first of all, before we move on, I want to thank all of the testifiers in Block 1. Mr. De Silva, I am in awe of you. Know that I am in the background in awe of you and your strength of a human being that you are, and God be with you and your entire family as you continue to thrive here in the Virgin Islands. At this time, I would like to release all of the testifiers in Block 1, but before I do, Mr. De Silva, would you like to say some comments, make some comments and remarks on the record?
Yes, thank you very much to all the senators, Senator DeGraff, yourself, Senator Whitaker, Senator Potter, all the senators that was positive on this motion. I'd like to thank you very much. I'd also like to say, behind every good man, there's a good woman. I'd just like to say hello to my wife, Ms. Sharon Torbe. I'm sure she's tuning in right now, and enough kudos to her for everything. You know what I mean? And the rest of my family and everybody, Ras Reg, Governor Turnbull, former Governor Turnbull, Glenn Kwabena Davis, Awan Lasang, and everybody else. Thank you very much.
And thank you so much, Mr. De Silva. You are definitely worthy of this honor. Thank you kindly. We are now releasing all of the testifiers from Block 1. Before we move on to Block 2, I wanted to also take this time to remember another great parent of another great Virgin Islands Calypsonian, Miss Lillian Friday. She is the mother, or was the mother of Trevor Nicholas Friday, and she passed away recently. And so we want to also appreciate that and give honor to them for all of their contributions to the Virgin Islands, especially in the field of Calypso. Thank you so much. Madam Clerk, kindly proceed to reading the agenda for Block 2.
Block 2, 10:30 p.m. to 12:30 p.m. The committee will also receive testimony and consider Bill number 34-0064, an act honoring and commending Athneil C. Adiatli for his tireless years of informing and educating the public and on current and past community issues by keeping the radio waves open in times of imminent danger to the community, and for naming a roadway in his honor. This bill is sponsored by Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. The invited testifiers are Mr. Peter Otley, Mr. Robert Brown, and Mr. Timothy Lake.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Who speaks on behalf of this bill?
I do, Madam Chair. Thank you very. Oh, yeah, I do, Madam Chair.
You're recognized, Senator DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, thank you to my colleagues and the members of this committee for moving Bill number 34-00363 forward. I do highly appreciate it. Bill number 34-0064, an act honoring and commending Athnel C. Addy-Otley for his tireless years of informing and educating the public on current and past community issues but keeping the radio waves open in times of imminent danger to the community, and for naming a roadway in his honor. I'm asking for support of this committee to vote on favorably and move it forward. Addy-Otley is one of those names that's known in this community, territory, and abroad. I just want to make sure it is said that Addy-Otley is a Savanero. His house and my house, family houses are so close that if you tell a secret in mine, they will hear it in theirs. So that's how close we are, and the families have grown up tight like that. You know, I'll talk about the latter part in terms of Addy-Otley and being a voice on the radio from as far back as Hurricanes. And Addy's been on the radio over 50 years, so he's been around a very long time. But in addition to the great accolades, Addy-Otley was a former senator and a former lieutenant governor of this territory. So again, he has been around the world and back. And he's known for a couple of great expressions, you know, in terms of, man, turn your radio down, man, turn your radio down. But the great things that he has done, I would allow for the testifiers, some of the testifiers who are here, to come on and state. He's a statesman who I could have filled the day with testifiers, but again, we try to bring it down as best we can. And I would be naming the road, the Sub-Base Road, where it starts from the present Pueblo supermarket, and it goes right down in front of WSTA, right down to where the school lunch program is. That road is what will be named after Addy-Otley. So every day he look out at WSTA, you can see it. Every day we're going down into Sub-Base area, we're going down as Addy-Otley Road. So again, for me, I believe it's fitting to name our honorable Virgin Islanders after, you know, name the island after our honorable Virgin Islanders, and we have many in this territory. So again, I'm asking for favorable support on this bill to be moved forward to Rules and Judiciary. Thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
And thank you so much, Senator DeGraff. We have a number of testifiers joining us virtually today, and I'm just going to do some microphone checks so we could move forward with today's proceedings smoothly. First, Mr. Peter Otley, are you there? Doing a microphone check for Peter Otley. Mr. Robert Brown?
I'm here.
Mr. Brown, you're on. Mr.
Yes, ma'am.
Timothy Lake.
Timothy is here. Thank you.
Okay, so given that, I'm going to start with Mr. Robert Brown, and when Mr. Peter Otley is available, we will have him round up the trio who are testifying today. Mr. Brown, you are recognized for your testimony.
Okay, my testimony is, well, first of all, good morning to Senator DeGraff, Senator Joseph, and all the other senators who are here, other testifiers as well. Yeah, my testimony was, at first I wondered what was I going to write, because in the bill itself it stated everything that. Oh, could you give me 1 second? Because I'm actually I'm actually doing what Addie does. I'm at work right now, but let me just put something on so that we can proceed, and I won't be interrupted.
Would you like us to take a recess?
No. I'm just
I
going to
can
start.
go on to Mr. Lake if he has his ready.
Yeah, Mr. Lake, can you go? Because let me just set myself up.
We can go on to Mr. Lake. Mr. Lake?
Yes, good morning.
Yes, and I see you have your hands raised here.
I do?
You surely do.
Okay, now I don't.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Lake, and a pleasant good morning to you. You may go ahead and proceed with placing your testimony on this bill on the record.
Thank you. Good morning, Senator Carla J. Joseph, Dwayne M. DeGraff, Genevieve R. Whitaker, other members of the Committee on Government Operations and Consumer Protection, members of the 34th Legislature, the listening and viewing public. I am Brigadier General Timothy Lake, U.S. Army retired, and previous Assistant Commissioner, Department of Property and Procurement. I am honored to come before you today in support of Bill number 34-0064, an act honoring and commending Otnell C. Otley, notably known as Adi Otley, the radio personality on WSTA 1340 AM, host of public television programming Face to Face, long-term United States Virgin Islands Carnival annual orator during multiple cultural events and presentations on both radio and television, a distinguished statesman, a comforting and informative voice during joyful and challenging times in the Virgin Islands, a grassroots Savanero like myself and Senator DeGraff. A grassroots Savanero, Adi has been a community servant for the Virgin Islands throughout my life, serving in the 9th, 10th, 13th legislature, serving as our first elected lieutenant governor, he's an informative cultural ambassador, a life-serving and die-hard Rotarian, and the Los Angeles Dodgers' most loyal Virgin Islands fan. Since Adi's high school days at St. Peter's and Paul High School in the 1950s, it was understood that Adi wanted to be a public service voice. In early 1980s, as president of Otley Communication Corporation, Adi organized family members and some investors to secure the purchase of WSTA and increase the wattage output from 500 to 1,000. He also started 24-hour broadcasting, the first in the Virgin Islands. And he secured property on the hillside overlooking Crown Bay Marina and Subbase to build a new home for the newly acquired radio station, moving from Frenchtown, of course, the radio station, with the desired strength to withstand nature's seasonal weather systems we now call hurricanes. I remember very clearly staying informed and abreast of current events in the Virgin Islands while listening to Adi Otley radio show as a young man growing up in the Virgin Islands, as well as during my service in the Army, during my many deployments in Africa, the Middle East, Asia, and throughout the United States. I, like other Virgin Islanders, Adi would call and have live radio conversations with me about my location, my duties, and current events globally. Adi kept us informed about Virgin Islands' good news, not so good news, local government operations, local natural and man-made disasters, to include cruise ships, fun fest arrivals, and mishaps. Hassel Island, he reminded us about Hassel Island's carnival fire, storms and hurricanes impacting the territory and the community recovery status, as well as good deeds of Virgin Islanders, both local and abroad. Since early 1980s, Adi Atley has driven into subbase daily before sunrise. Most days drive out long after sunset on the stretch of road from Pueblo Supermarket intersection to Crown Bay WSTA radio station. It is most fitting that this act honors, commends, and names this stretch of road and commemorate the contributions in broadcasting and public service to the people of the Virgin Islands by naming in honor of the Honorable Atnil C. Adi Atley this road into subbase. I stand by and prepare for your conversation as we proceed.
I thank you so much, Mr. Timothy Lake, for placing your testimony on the record. We'll now hear from Mr. Robert Brown. Mr. Brown, you are available. You're up and running. You're ready to go?
Yes, I'm good right now. Yes, I am.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. We can hear you loud and clear. Kindly proceed with your testimony.
Okay, well, first of all, good morning once again. And I'd like to say on behalf of my entire family, we wholeheartedly agree with this Senate bill nominating and thank those who made it possible. You know, General Lake was speaking about Savannah and Senator DeGraff was speaking about Savannah. You know, I had my time in Savannah as well, just like Senator DeGraff said. You know, his house was so close to my grandmother's house to where, you know, if they whisper something, we could hear it. You know, grew up watching him and admiring him and proud of the person he had become. But let's not go there right now. But, you know, so I've had the opportunity to see, you know, a lot of the accolades and the things that were mentioned in the bill, you know, because I'll put it on the record, Addie is my stepfather. So you know, I've been around and saw a lot of this stuff that happened. But what I also did is I had the opportunity to see the stuff that, you know, wasn't so public, you know, so I got to see both sides of the fence, which was kind of awesome, you know, because Addie, you know, the person that everyone sees him to be, you know, I got to see Adi Atley when he just got out of bed, which was really, really cool, you know, whereas, you know, as kids, we really didn't want for too much because our parents tried to give us everything that we needed. But then Addie, who was slightly different, he would try to give us everything we wanted, whether it be going to a party and needing a ride to the party or we needed new bikes or, heck, even when we started driving, if we needed to borrow the car, you know, he would find a way to make this happen. You know, my mother, she wasn't too happy with that because, you know, he let us drive all over the place and whatnot. But, you know, we made the best of it. So now we come, you know, and we're here together to celebrate another accolade of having a street named after Addie in his honor. You know, that's just awesome. As General Lake said, you know, he traveled this road over 40 years every day, coming here, no matter what he was doing. Almost every day, he traveled this road heading into subbase. So the location couldn't be more appropriate, and no one could be much more deserving than having this honor bestowed upon him. You know, it seems like whatever Addie touches, he stamps it with the Addie effect. You know, whether it be narrating a parade for Carnival or whatever he does, because, you know, he was always doing something, Rotary or whatever, he'd stamp it with the Addie effect. You know, and when he did that, you know, people listened. I don't know what he had or how he was. And people, it's selling such a, everybody's there buying the stuff. You know, so, you know, I was fortunate to see both sides. We were, you know, we were hit with those hurricanes, and the only thing that I didn't see mentioned in this whole in the bill was the fact that he was honored with a doctorate from UVI, you know, which was huge for his work during Irma and Maria. So you know, he's a voice of the community for decades and decades, and you know, this is Addie's story, you know, and it's still going on. So you know, I'm excited to see where it should end. You know, and that's really all I have. I mean, I could have went over everything in the bill, but it really didn't make sense, you know, because it was all listed.
Thank you so much, Mr. Brown, for your testimony and giving us a glimpse and some insight into the man who is still here and who is a legend in his own right, Mr. Athniel C. Addy Otley. Colleagues, we will begin this round of questioning with a 4-minute round, and we will start.
Excuse me, ma'am. Before
Yes,
we go,
yes,
I have Peter
yes,
right
Mr.
next
Brown,
to me.
you're recognized.
Yes, I'm sorry. I have Peter right next to me. I can slide him my
he
phone
is
and you
there.
can talk to him.
Okay.
Yes, he's right next to me.
Okay, with this virtual,
So hold 1 second.
It's very difficult
comes
for us
Peter.
to see. So
Yeah.
there you are. There you are, Mr. Peter Otley. You are you're more than recognized for your testimony, and a pleasant good morning to you.
Good morning, Senator, and morning to all the senators there. We want to thank you for all the work you're doing. And just say, when we talk about Addy, we talk about career of service. Yes, I just want to say on behalf of Addy and his family, his wife, Mary, his children, thank you to the community. And again, Addy represents what WSDA stands for, and that's community service, from hurricanes to issues with WAPA, and just opening up the mic and allowing the people to say what they got to say. Whether you like it or not, he allows our community to just, get issues out, and he's been doing that for a long time. Again, and he's transitioned from radio to television. He was doing face-to-face and different platforms where he'll sell and promote the Virgin Islands, always wanting the best for the Virgin Islands. And that's what he's about. And we want to say thank you for recognizing him. I want to say thank him for the continued service that he provided for the community. And we look forward as a WSDA team to continue to do that. And hey, I hope it works out favorably for him as they name a road in his honor that will be coming right up to the People's Station WSDA. Again, thank you to all for the love and the support on behalf of Addy.
Thank you so much, Mr. Peter Otley, for placing those words on the records. Colleagues, we will now begin one 4-minute round of questioning. We will begin with Senator Marvin Blyden. Senator Blyden, you are recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning again to my colleagues. Good morning, testifiers, and thank you so much for your testimony. Of course, I want to start by thanking the sponsor of the bill for bringing this most important piece of legislation forward. When you speak about Addy Otley, as was stated, Lieutenant Governor, Senator, community activist, radio host, public servant, because I believe that when you speak to community, as Peter stated, Addy Otley embodies who we should be as a member of this community: caring, dedicated, and always putting people first before yourself. And that's who Addy Otley is. In the whereas clause, it mentions, whereas a living embodiment of maximum service above self, Addy is an irreplaceable, consummate local treasure and icon. I can agree with that. As an individual, after I became a senator, I always said I wanted to give back to the community, and what I did is went to Addy, and Addy worked with me in assisting me in basically having my first radio show, in which I still have to this date solutions with Senator Blyden in respect to giving back and sharing and communicating with the community. And I think it is very important that someone of his caliber saw it fit that individuals communicate and stay in contact with the community and give back in whatever way possible. And I admire him for that. Of course, WSTA, the People's Station, as we call it, 1340 on your AM dial, because it's about the people. I remember after Hurricane Irma Maria, when Adi was on the radio 24/7, he lived down there, and he was counselor, advisor, advocate, pastor. He was everything, you know. And he's still doing that, and he takes on so much. And many times, you know, he tried to carry that load in terms of everyone calling the station with every problem you could think of. The first person to think of, even before senators and anyone else, is Adi Atley. Call 1340. Your lights are out. They call the radio station as if, you know, Adi is supposed to have all the answers, which he don't. But he always tries to reach out or call someone who can assist those individuals. And that goes to show how big his heart is. And he has always been that type of individual, and I admire him for that. In addition to that, he went on and went to Channel 12 and created another show, Face to Face, in terms of public service and giving back to the community in respect to assuring that, you know, he can reach as many persons as possible when it comes to many challenges we face in the territory, many programs that's needed, many other initiatives throughout our beautiful Virgin Islands. Adi have basically tried to address it all by actually creating those other platforms to assist his people. Again, he's a true public servant and have always put people before himself. And definitely, I am also a sponsor of this most important piece of legislation. And again, I want to thank the sponsor. I want to ask my colleagues to also support and or join on with this legislation and this important individual in the name of Adi Atley. That's a household name here in this district, of course. When you talk about radio personality, you know, Adi is powerful. You know, if Adi say this place have the best food, you better guarantee to get some more employees because you're going to be bombarded with people coming to that store because of the impact he has. So again, thank the sponsor, thank you to the testifiers, and thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you so much, Senator Blyden. Senator Francis, you are recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and good morning to the latest round of testifiers, and certainly thank you for your testimony. And of course, I've been an admirer of Mr. Athniel Adi Atley for a number of years. I truly believe that he's a distinguished gentleman, and certainly have had the opportunity to engage him on a number of issues, and certainly commend the bill sponsor for bringing forward this particular measure, this resolution that will be recognizing Mr. Atley. I don't think this is the first time, but certainly well deserved, where at least this time there'll be a roadway that will be etched with the name of Athniel Adi Atley, certainly for individuals as we continue to move on, that will be able to recognize his contribution. A lot of times the Senate get beat up on the fact that we move resolution and honor people. If we don't do it, who will? You know, I think it's important that we pay homage and recognize those individuals that pay the ultimate sacrifice, because you're known today, and tomorrow you pass on, nobody don't even talk about you, nobody know who you are. You know, we have a diverse community, and as we continue to diversify our community, people don't know who individuals are, the contributions that they have made, the price that they have paid. And I think it's important that we continue to do that. So certainly I stand in support of this particular resolution. And again, I believe that Adi always maintained that positive demeanor, regardless of what. True humanitarian. Whenever you see Adi get upset, it is because of a reason that perhaps have impacted this community, impacted an individual. I spoke to him recently where he called my office on an unrelated issue. And again, just bringing the gravity to the particular issue that was occurring and asked for my intervention, for me to be able to step in and have a discussion with the individuals who are being impacted. Over the years, he's been the face and the voice of radio and television. He had that very powerful radio voice as his brother Peter, and he's just not for the St. Thomas and John district. They have come over to St. Croix during our parades and many activities, and allowed for us here in the district of St. Croix to also hear our voices on their radio station. So I believe that today speaks good. I think that Senator DeGraff is batting 2 for 2 today in respect to these resolutions that he has moved forward, and he certainly have my support in this endeavor. And I just wanted to ask real quickly, Peter, you still there?
Peter stepped out. You need him?
Is Peter still on the air?
Let me find him.
No, we can move on. I just kind of wanted to have a quick discussion with him. But you'll do a good job as well as being his stepson. You spoke about the fact that despite whatever the challenge may have been, Adi, as a stepfather, have always stepped in and be able to assist you. And certainly as a result of that, you continue to embrace the notion that certainly that Adi Atley is certainly commendable for all of the accolades that's being heaped on him today. Can you just quickly just talk about your impact? When have you ever seen Adi Atley upset for any reason, and what may have caused him to have been upset under those scenarios? Because certainly for me, it's always a humanitarian impact. So can you just quickly talk about that?
Yeah. Well, one thing that definitely gets him upset, and you could see it, let the Dodgers lose, right? That's the first thing. But other than that, he takes on everybody's problem. So you figure if somebody calls and say, "Oh, Addy, I got 2 Whopper bill this month," he wants to be able to fix it. We try to tell him, you can't fix everything, but he thinks he's Superman in his own mind. So he takes those things to heart, and that's when he gets upset. If he can't get it done or can't make it happen, he gets upset.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Brown. And I'm sure Senator Francis, thank you so much for giving us that level of insight. Moving forward, I'd like to recognize Senator Johnson for his 4 minutes.
Good morning again, Madam Chair. Good morning again to my colleagues and to the testifiers and viewing and listening audience. A lot of times, and I need Peter to definitely come forward, because I need to speak to Peter a bit. A lot of times when you hear Adi, he's really a true Virgin Island. He'll be talking about Armstrong Ice Cream Lake as if they're right there, so. And I believe he was one of the person that was influential in making sure that Armstrong Ice Cream made it over to St. Thomas. And now it's there on a regular basis. And anytime he speak about all 3 Virgin Islands and the history and the culture and a different thing. But what I wanted to ask Peter, because I know a lot of people might not know that WSTA is a family-oriented run radio station. How did they survive so long? Because a lot of times, siblings don't get together and get along long, and business partnership is even a little harder. So I want to ask Peter how they managed to work out so long and stick together. It's a blessing that you guys did that for all these years. And I would like to hear a little bit from Peter on that.
Morning again. Thank you. One of the things that I must share, and for me, with all the great work that WSTA did, it's a family unit, along with a whole lot of different people, including Lionel George, that actually is doing his last presentation this Sunday after 30 years. And we have a group of people who just committed. They don't brag, they don't be there too much, but they just support and they show up. One of the things that I find that we don't do though, we don't support local Black businesses. You understand? And as much as WSTA give,
they don't get that support in return. But hey, we're moving by faith, not by sight. Things must get better, and we'll continue to do what we're doing. But again, these times, after 2 Cat 5 hurricanes, the COVID, it's a struggle. But it's all God work. And like I said, like any local business, once you don't have the support from the community, you know, you have issues and challenges, and that we do have. And we're working them out as we go. But we're here, and we hope to continue doing what we're doing for many years. As you drive down the Addy Drive, just know we're right here on the side of the hill above Public Works.
Most definitely,
Right.
most definitely. Thank you. And you know, and you're so true. You know, a lot of times, you know, you have local people owning station, and we're not giving that support. But I can say, I've given you a lot of support. In my position in being involved in campaigns, I've made sure that we definitely supported WST and on a regular basis. I did business most of the time with you, Peter. I'll reach out to you. And it's always been a pleasure working with you guys and making sure that the information get out there. And you really have been that stalwart of WST to make sure that things get happen at the very last moment. Sometime I'll reach out to Peter. I say, Peter, we got this problem. We need to get this going. He said, man, Frankie, that ain't a problem. I gonna get it done for you. Send it to my email. It will be going on from today. So you did your honors too, and it definitely gonna be, we have to make sure that the people that build this place, those that was ahead of us, we always remember. Sometimes people don't know all the work that a person have done and contribute, but when they see that sign going up there, some young child one day gonna say, who was Addy Atlee? And when that question is asked, then that information will come forward. And if we don't do these things and name streets and places in honor of our people who have built this place before us, then they will be forgotten. We are sure that Addy won't be forgotten with this resolution. I thank you and your family for all the work you guys have done. One love.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you so much, Senator Johnson, for those words. Senator Javon James Sr., you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Good morning, testifiers.
Good morning, testifiers.
I want to say to the entire Atlee family, congratulations for having this wonderful gentleman being honored by the 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. I don't feel any way when they call me the junior senator, because you know why? I grew up listening to Addy Atlee as a child, and look at me now, as an adult, being able to honor him. So, never in my wildest dream I thought I would have been honoring a person like Mr. Atlee, and even Wadabli earlier today. And it feels good to know that I'm a part of that history when it comes to honoring these Virgin Islands icons. So, some things stood out to me. I'm reading off of something here from the University of the Virgin Islands, and he always lived by service above self, and he's labeled as irreplaceable, an irreplaceable, consummate local treasure and icon. So what we're basically saying, it is very unlikely that we'll be able to honor somebody with the same characteristics and personality of Addy Atlee. And when individuals choose those kind of words to describe an individual, it means a lot. He's known as an influential individual, and like my colleagues made mention earlier, if he said to eat some Armstrong ice cream, people are going to follow. Which leads to what I have to say about him when it comes to his influence on politics. So if he could have influenced people to eat Armstrong ice cream, I can only imagine the impact that he had on the radio stations. And I know for sure firsthand that I heard him as a child, because my father always had the stations tuned into to the AM radio stations, even though we wanted to listen to the FM radio stations with all the nice music with Daddy Friday and Vayo and what have you. We had no choice but to listen to the AM radio stations. And I listened to Athniel Adi Atlee as a child growing up, and I saw firsthand the impact he had on politics. And I want to publicly thank Mr. Atlee for his years of public service in the Virgin Islands, serving 3 terms in the legislature, and moving on to be appointed as the Lieutenant Governor in administration of the late Governor Melvin Evans. And you can tell that he always had a passion for public relations, because when he left the Senate, he served as a public relations representative for the Department of Commerce, and then he got reelected again. But I want to say this much. Because of Adi Atlee and his family, and keeping the legacy of WSTA radio station, he was able to pave the way for individuals like Irvin Brownie Brown, who became a radio personality as well at WSTA, and individuals like Ras Reg. And I must say that my colleague to the left of me, the most senior senator in the legislature, he's right when he said that how this family was able to keep this radio station together for so long. But I know why. When you have your calling and your passion, certain things just happen naturally. And I just want to say thank you to the Atlee family and to Adi Atlee for all that he has done. But Madam Chair, if you can, I just need somebody from the Atlee family to explain to me how this came into fruition. It made mention in the resolution that he was knighted by Pope Francis to the Order of St. Gregory. That's a high honor. Somebody explain to me what happened there. With the thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome, Senator James. They could answer the question on my time. Thank you.
Senator James, I'm going to tell you, I remember when that happened. I was actually away. I just actually moved back home last November. So I was away when it happened. So I don't got the details, but I promise you, I will get that information to you and I will send it to you probably by Monday. Because I remember when it happened, but I don't remember the details exactly. As Peter stepped out again, so I don't even know where he went.
Mr. Robert Brown, thank you so much for that. What about, does anybody, anyone who is a testifier could answer the question that Senator James posed? No. So he'll have to send that information to us. So we'll have to get that information from you, Mr. Brown. I just want to remind the testifiers, which I should have told you initially, to please say your name on the record before you answer any of the question. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, you are recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon once again to the testifiers. Good afternoon to the people of the territory. Good afternoon to my colleagues. I am very happy to really be a part of this piece of legislation and resolution on behalf of Mr. Atlee. For those of you that might know, I have been also in radio for several years, not only as a talk show host, but most recently last year joining the ranks of a radio station owner here as well in the Virgin Islands. And one of the things that I have to say that has always been an inspiration to me has always been listening to Mr. Atlee. And I saw and recognized the power of radio. I saw and I recognized how important it was that you could utilize the airwaves to share information, to educate the public, to really take the time out to put knowledge out there that they could grasp and potentially build a better Virgin Islands. And I think Mr. Atlee has done that over the years, not only through his political life, but also mainly from what we have all seen and what we're honoring him here for today, really being that consummate radio personality that has really contributed to building this territory to what it is today. And I genuinely, as a fan, as an individual that has followed in his footsteps, I am truly honored to really be a part of this today. Now, one of the things I wanted to quickly ask, and some of the testifiers touched on it, the road, naming the road after Mr. Otley. What type of impact do you see that that would have, not only on the community, but just others from a historical standpoint of knowing that forever, or in this time frame of life, that that road will be named after him? What type of impact do you foresee for the community? Any of the testifiers may answer.
Okay, first of all, this is Timothy Lake. I would say one thing. We all are Virgin Islanders, but we all, the day will come. Adi is still here with us. The day will come when we will no longer physically be present. I think, like mentioned earlier, with the name Adi Otley Road going into Subbase, what will actually happen in my eyes is, yes, someone will ask, who is Adi Otley? Why is this road named after Adi Otley? And that conversation will come 25, 30, 50 years from now. And it will generate conversation and the requirement for research within our community, basically.
Well, I happen to agree with you. As you look through the bill 34-0064, and you look at all the accomplishments and things that he was able to accomplish, I sit here and I smile as I see the relatives and the family all sharing their thoughts about the positive things that he has done. And I wanted to make sure I heard correctly. I think earlier I heard Peter made the statement, Mr. Otley made this statement about a last broadcast. Well, I'm not sure what was that in reference to. I didn't fully hear what he said. Is he still there?
Peter stepped out. I don't know where he went right now.
Oh, he stepped
and
away.
I don't remember hearing him saying anything about last broadcast, but he could have.
That's what I'm saying. I didn't know what it was in reference to. So I wanted clarity because I didn't fully understand. Okay, well, my time has been called. Well, if you could find out and he can later share, that's fine. Well, my time has been called, and I would like to say congratulations again to Mr. Otley. I will definitely be voting in the affirmative because I think this honor is well deserved and it is due to him as a Virgin Islander that has really assisted us in our growth and wellness here in the territory. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Senator Francis Heiliger. Senator Milton Potter, you are now recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Once again, I definitely have to express kudos to the bill prime sponsor, Senator DeGraff, for having the wisdom and foresight to recognize a community icon, another community icon, Adi Otley, for his vast accomplishment here in the territory. I see Adi Otley really as a Renaissance man. In the sense that his background is so diverse. He's a business owner, lieutenant governor of the Virgin Islands, a senator, a radio talk show host. He has navigated the people of the Virgin Islands through some very treacherous and perilous times, and the comfort of having him on the radio as the traffic cop, as somebody mentioned, as the pastor, as the comforter in chief, during some very challenging times for the territory. His presence has really been irreplaceable. Adi easily pivoted from radio talk show to TV host, which is not an easy thing to do as the head of Face to Face, another iconic program in the territory. I really believe that service is a noble calling of the highest order, and Adi Atley has really exemplified that throughout the many decades in his role as a public servant. I think a couple of my colleagues mentioned what we know as the Oprah effect. If Oprah endorses your book or your product, the next week, it's a bestseller. And similarly, if Adi endorses your pate or your special drink or your Armstrong ice cream, the next week it really is sold out. That is the impact that this gentleman has had on our community, really looking at the small things as well as the large issues. I wanted to ask, and I know that Peter may not be there, but maybe Mr. Brown might be able to offer some insights as to what it is about the family background, how they were raised, the Atley family background that led to many of the individuals in the family being so community-minded. So if Peter or Mr. Brown can make some comments to us, share with us some insights in that regard, we would appreciate that.
Yeah, good afternoon again. This is Mr. Brown. I think, we were taught from young that if you want something or you believe in something, you go for it and you put your all into it. So as a boyhood dream of Addie, he wanted to get into this business and he studied electronics and different things. But at the end of the day, it all tied in together. So I think it had to do with just things that were instilled, and things you saw. We emulate what we see as children. We emulate what we see our parents doing, and so Addie's father was the postmaster. I could only imagine that job and what it entailed, but so it was always there that he could see what needed to be done if you want to get a job done. So it's about putting your best foot forward and believing in it. If you can believe in it, you can achieve it.
Definitely. I can see that. And he's a fine example for younger Virgin Islanders to emulate. Keeping your eyes on the prize, identifying goals and dreams, and working hard to make it a reality. So that was an awesome example for all Virgin Islanders. Again, kudos to Adi Atley, kudos to the bill prime sponsor for having the wisdom and foresight to initiate this resolution. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator Potter. Madam Clerk, 4 minutes on the time clock for me. I want to first and foremost, as I've done with the other bill that came before us this morning, commend Senator Dwayne DeGraff for the foresight and bringing this legislation forward to commend such a great icon. One of the things that resonates with my mind and my memory of Mr. Atley, and even today we still do it in my office, I tune in to WSTA in the morning just to hear his voice, just to hear what he has to bring forward today, how he addresses situations that are burning for our people in the Virgin Islands. Indeed, WSTA is rightly labeled as the people's station because it serves such as a great beacon of hope and an outlet for our people. It's a family-oriented station, and even though it's a family-oriented station, it serves such a greater purpose throughout our community. I have a picture of Mr. Atley, Adi Atley, when I was working in a different area, and I'm asking the media if they could pull it up on screen. There. So if you are viewing and you may be a young person and you don't know Mr. Adi Atley, There he is, front and center, and he's joined with me and some of my former colleagues as well as young people in the Youth Build program when we were on Face to Face. He always championed young people. I can recall vividly that there was a time when the Boys and Girls Club in Oswald Harris Court housing community needed some championing, and he was there as a board member to do that. He has done such great things for our community, so it is more than fitting and right and correct that we at this time give him the honor while he is still on top of God's good earth. I do have a question for one of the testifiers, namely Mr. Timothy Lake, relative to your service in the armed forces. As you know about the situation that occurred yesterday in Afghanistan. But when you were serving in battle and in service in Africa, the Middle East, and Asia, and you indicated in your testimony you would get calls from home and you're listening, how did that shape out? Give us a sense from you how that shaped out when you would hear WSTA, Addie's voice, or even a call from him while you were in service to our country.
Good morning again. This is Timothy Lake, General Timothy Lake. I would tell you, Senator, that it is always a comforting voice. We serve in the military. We know of the hazards. We know of the dangers that may ultimately cause one's life. But when you're out there, and occasionally with today's technology, you can reach back. And when you get this call from Adi Atley, and you know that things are going on at home in the territory, like I said, some very positive and sometimes not such great news. But when Adi calls and he just wants to talk about, what's going on, what's your thoughts, he kind of brings the feel or the battlefield to the radio station and then out into the community. And it's a soothing opportunity in the middle of sometimes chaos.
And I'm sure it also allows you to be connected to your people and to remember why you have committed yourself to the armed forces to continue to hold the freedom, our freedom as American citizens. Senator DeGraff, thank you so much, Mr. Lake. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to colleagues and the members of this committee, because in your questions and inquiries, statements, comments, it really expanded the whole outlook on Mr. Atley because of how he has touched everyone here. To General Lake, in regards to Mr. Atley not being a military person, how did he inspire you in your military career?
Again, Adi is a selfless servant. He is a voice of reason. Like mentioned earlier, he is very much also a level-headed, and very rarely you will see him tilted. So I try to use those as a young kid growing up, and even while in service, just listening to Adi speak, listening to the community bring their issues and concerns to him, and how he actually sits back and says, you know what, this can be rectified. That's what we do as senior leaders. We fix issues and concerns.
Thank you for that. And also in regards to the bill, there's $5,000 attached to address putting up the signage for the roadway. Now, my pride as a Savanero, so again, you got to bear with me. When I hear Lieutenant Governor Savanero, Senator Savanero, Dr. Savanero, community activist, radio host, TV host, Savanero, Knight Savanero, and the voice, a distinct voice that you turn on any radio station and hear Adi on anywhere, you know that's Adi Otley, Savanero. So again, when I take my pride as being a Savanero and a Virgin Islander of this territory, you know, is just that, you know, my island pride, and to have the great persons among us in the territory. I'm going to make them all honorary Savaneros one and give kudos to Mr. Otley. Now, Mr. Brown, in wrapping up, with Adi being on the radio and in the community service probably over 60 years, does WSTA, what new programs does WSTA have now in 2021 that for someone who's been around for so long, and what type of input does he give to you guys, you know, now going forward? What type of input and what type of new programs do you have?
Well, this is Robert Brown again. You know, like I said, I just moved back home myself, and you know, I've learned a lot in this field. I mean, I studied communications in school, but now that I'm here and actually doing it, if I can do half of what Adi did or does, I'll be in great shape. I mean, I think I'm doing a good job while I'm here, not to toot my own horn, but as far as new programs, you know, we just have to go along with the times, you know, because everything is changing. So it's not what it was 50 years ago when Adi started, you know, and we try to tell him that, but he don't want to hear it, you know. But yeah, you know, we just have to go along with the times.
Okay, and in closing, Madam Chair, again, thank you to you and your committee for giving me the opportunity to present this bill and resolution. And I ask for favorable support on Bill number 34-0064 from my colleagues in moving it forward to the Rules and Judiciary Committee. Thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator DeGraff. At this time, I will ask all the testifiers to do a 30 seconds wrap up. There is a motion. You want to hold that? Let's do a 30 seconds wrap up. Let's start with you first, Mr. Brown.
Okay. First of all, I want to thank Senator DeGraff and Senator Joseph for even getting this thing together and making even an opportunity. I think it's a high honor. And like you said, when we talk about Virgin Islands history, Adi is Virgin Islands history. So this is just another part, you know, and like we're giving him his flowers while he's still here, which is a blessing because we always see, or we could have when they're gone. So I want to thank you all for making this even a possibility so that we may bless him and thank him right while he's here, you know, and continue his history and his legacy that he's building.
Thank you so much, Mr. Brown. Brigadier General Timothy Late, you are recognized for your 30 seconds wrap up.
Yes, good morning, and thank you again. This is Brigadier General Timothy Lake. I would like to also thank Senator Dwayne DeGraff and Senator Genevieve Whitaker for actually putting this resolution forward and for the support of the Committee on Government Operations and Consumer Protection for supporting and concurring with this most honorable opportunity for Mr. Otley. Like Adi's vision in the 1950s to be a public service voice, we as leaders need to continue inspiring our youth and our young adults with athletics, vocational educational opportunities, so that they can continue growing and developing our great Virgin Islands. These things are somewhat sidelined right now, and I really do think that we need to put some energy and some effort into our youth and our vocational and athletic opportunities that will actually inspire and make them notable. Adi is truly a selfless servant, a voice of reason, and like stated earlier, I do think with this roadway being named after him, it will remind us currently as well as our future generations, when they see that name placard on the side of the road, they will want to know who is Atnell C. Adi Atley. Why is this road named after him? And that alone will inspire them to then go either to the internet or to our libraries or to our history sources to actually ascertain who this great Virgin Islander is. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Brigadier General Lake. Mr. Brown, is Mr. Peter Otley available for his 30 seconds? His 30 seconds.
Seems to have left the building.
Okay, thank you so much. Do I have a motion? Senator Javon James, Sr., you're recognized for your motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On behalf of Senator DeGraff, I move that Bill number 34-0064, an act honoring and commending Athniel C. Adi Atley for his tireless years of informing and educating the public on current and past community issues, and by keeping the radio waves open in times of imminent danger to the community, and for naming a road in his honor, be voted on favorably in this committee and be forwarded to the Committee on Rules and Judiciary for further consideration. I so move.
The bill has been properly moved and seconded by Senator Franklin D. Johnson, Senator Novell E. Francis Jr., Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Did I miss anyone? Roll call on bill number 34-0064.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yea. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Senator Francis, yea. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger.
Yes.
Senator Francis Heiliger, yea. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Senator James, yea. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, yea. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, yea. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yea. Madam Chair, you have 7 yeas.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 34-0064, an act honoring and commending Athniel C. Adi Atley for his tireless years of informing and educating the public on current and past community issues, and by keeping the radio waves open in times of imminent danger to the community, and for naming a roadway in his honor, is hereby approved and will be forwarded to the Committee on Rules and Judiciary for further consideration and action. Point of personal privilege, Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To you and your colleagues in this illustrious, fine, wonderful committee. I came in peace, and I thank you very much for the support and the warm welcome in having me here. And thank you for seeing this forward until we meet again with some other bills and resolutions. So thank you very much to you and your committee. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff, for those kind words. We just want you to know that in this committee, we normally have a full complement in attendance and full engagement. I have two strong males on my right and my left, and in this committee, and as one other female is here. So we make up a very good and strong, consistent team. Thank you so much for your bills, and we will move on with the agenda. Madam Clerk, kindly call up the next items on the agenda.
Block 3, 12 p.m. to 1:30 p.m. The committee will receive testimony and consider Bill number 34-0085, an act amending the Virgin Islands Code, Title 14, Section 192, relating to importation of snakes and invasive species to increase the fine of unauthorized importation of snakes, and the technical amendments amending Title 12, subsection 8(1)(d), relating to the Fish and Wildlife Restoration Trust Fund, to extend the use of the fund to regulations of the importation and control of non-indigenous invasive species, and amending Title 19, Section 2709, relating to the preservation of the introduction of contagious or infectious animals, to provide that the quarantine of animals is at the owner's expense. This bill is sponsored by Senator Javon E. James Sr. The invited testifiers are William Coles, PhD, Positive T.A. Nelson, and Jean-Pierre Oriol.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I neglected before the reading of the items in the agenda to release the testifiers from the previous block. Thank you, testifiers, for coming forward. At this time, we will take a 2 minutes recess. Thank you. we are back on record. Who speaks on behalf of the bill? Senator Javon James Sr., you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the time, Madam Chair, I offer Bill number 34-0085, an act amending the Virgin Islands Code, Title 14, Section 192, relating to the importation of snakes and invasive species, to increase the fine for the unauthorized importation of snakes, and to make technical amendments, amending Title 2, Section 81D, relating to the Fish and Wildlife Restoration Trust Fund, to extend the use of the fund to the regulation of the importation and control of non-indigenous invasive species, and amending Title 19, Section 2709, relating to the prevention of the introduction of contagious or infectious animals, to provide that the quarantine of animals is at the owner's expense. Madam Chair and colleagues, this bill seeks to amend Title 14, Section 192. In Section 192, it speaks to whoever imports into the Virgin Islands any snake of a kind without the prior written permission of the Department of Agriculture shall be fined not more than $500, and we're striking 500 and inserting 10,000. So I want to make it very clear, the fine will now be not more than $10,000 if passed by this body. We also seek to amend subsection B by amending and striking willfully and inserting willfully. Now I said the same word twice, but it is spelled incorrectly in the Virgin Islands Code. It's a simple typo, and we're seeking to address that. Also in subsection B, the sentence read, whoever willfully frees within the Virgin Islands any snake of the kind shall be fined not more than $5,000. Before it was amended by Act 8394, we wanted to read that it would now say who willfully frees within the Virgin Islands any non-indigenous snake of any kind. So instead of saying any snake, we're saying non-indigenous snake. Because if you go and look into the files, you will see that on the island of St. Thomas, they are indigenous snakes, which is I think the red boa, and they are protected. So we're saying non-indigenous snakes. So we're amending that. Also in subsection C, we're amending, striking into the Virgin Islands and inserting or causes the importation or introduction of, and inserting into the Virgin Islands, that is after species. So the sentence will now read, whoever imports or causes the importation or introduction of non-indigenous of any animal or species not into the Virgin Islands. Let me read that over again. It would now read, whoever imports or causes the importation or introduction of non-indigenous animal or species into the Virgin Islands that is not indigenous to the Virgin Islands, or which may pose a threat to the ecosystem of the Virgin Islands or the residents of the Virgin Islands shall be subject to a fine of not less than $10,000 and imprisonment of 2 years or both. So like the bill summary or the title of the bill made mention that we're seeking to address some simple amendments that complements Act 8394. In subsection D, we are amending by inserting violating after guilty of and striking in accordance with subsection A of this section and inserting by a fine of not more than $10,000. So subsection D will now read, any species having the potential to spread serious diseases or parasites, to cause serious physical harm, or to otherwise endanger human life, native wildlife, livestock, domestic animals, or property as determined by the Commissioner of Agriculture, may not be imported into the territory, and any person found guilty of violating this subsection is punishable by a fine of not more than $10,000. It goes on to amend subsection E as well. Subsection E is amended at the end of the subsection by adding the following: for the purposes of assisting with the regulation of the importation and the control of the population and growth of the species listed in subsection D, in order to improve the habitat of the territory's native species. And section 2 of the bill that I'm proposing, Title 12, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 1, Subchapter 4, Section 81D, Subsection D, Paragraph 1, is amended at the beginning of the paragraph by striking the and inserting except as provided in Title 14, Virgin Islands Code, Section 192E, comma, the. And lastly, we are amending Title 19, Virgin Islands Code, Section 2709, subsection C, by inserting at the owner's expense after quarantine. So long story short, in the 33rd Legislature of the Virgin Islands, Senator Atheniel Bobby Thomas and the entire institution voted on a measure, and it is now Act number 8394. And what this bill seeks to address is tighten up some of the errors or little amendments that needed to be made. If you go back and read the governor's transmittal when Act 8394 was passed, he made mention that there are further amendments that need to be addressed to the act, and I did just that. This bill was supposed to be in the 33rd Legislature of the Virgin Islands, but I never had an opportunity to introduce it, so I'm now bringing it. In closing, colleagues, I just want to say the issue of importation of snakes into the territory is a serious matter. It's not going to be solved overnight. But I had the opportunity to sit down with Dr. Coles and strengthen this bill and legislation that I have before me. And I must say that I'm happy to know that we'll be able to have the resources that we need to address snakes in the territory, because the Fish and Wildlife Restoration Trust Fund, based on the amendment of this bill, we can now use the fees and funds that are derived as a result of Act 8394 and this bill to deal with addressing snakes in the territory. Because as of right now, it's basically like an unfunded liability. And with this bill, it would give us the opportunity now to be able to fund the eradication of snakes in the territory and making sure that the owners of these snakes are responsible for the quarantine and the health of the snakes, and no longer having that as a liability to the Virgin Islands government. So colleagues, I'm asking you all for the support on this measure, and I want to say thank you to Dr. Coles, thank you to my staff and everyone who played a role in making sure this bill comes into fruition. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator James, for your introduction of Bill 34-0085. At this time, we'll go to check our devices to see and introduce the testifiers. First of all, we have the Commissioner of Department of Agriculture, Positive T.A. Nelson. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Senators.
Good afternoon, Commissioner. And also the Commissioner of Department of Planning and Natural Resources or his representative.
Good afternoon. My name is Nicole Angeli. I'm the Director of the Division of Fish and Wildlife here on behalf of the Commissioner of the Department of Planning and Natural Resources, Jean-Pierre L. Oriol.
Good afternoon, Director Angelique and Dr. William Coles.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Dr. Coles. At this time, we'll go ahead and take the testimony, and we'll begin with Commissioner Nelson, then we'll go to Dr. Coles, and then we'll wrap it up with the testimony of Director Angelique on behalf of the Commissioner of DPNR.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Chairman. And I had it set for Chairwoman Joseph, so excuse me. But Senate Vice President Noel Francis, members of the Committee on Government Operations and Consumer Protection, other senators of the 34th Legislature, Central staff, and people of the Virgin Islands. I greet you on behalf of the Virgin Island Department of Agriculture family. We were invited to testify on Bill number 34-0085, which proposes to increase fines for the unauthorized importation of snakes from $500 up to $10,000. PETA generally is in support of Bill number 34-0085. It is in good faith and intended to protect our citizens and environment from invasive species of animals and plants. We do have some concerns about the amount of the increase in price and the agency responsible for the enforceability of it. Presently, PETA requires that imported animals undergo testing and inspection from certain diseases, as well as veterinary certification and inspection by PETA staff. There is a chance that the disease will be transmitted despite these precautions. We also support requiring owners to take responsibility for expenses related to such incidents. Quarantine expenses should include feed, medications, PETA or veterinary staffing expenses, euthanasia, and disposal costs. While we are on topics of fines and funds, during the Senate hearing on Monday, March 22nd, 2021, with the Department of Agriculture and DPNR, a discussion concerning snake bounties took place. This discussion referred to using the Animal Fund defined in Title 19 Virgin Islands Code subsection 2624 for this purpose. It was stated that there is currently a balance of over $7,000 in the Animal Fund. The territorial veterinarian, Dr. Bradford, has requested information from PETA administration many times regarding the Animal Fund and has been consistently told that it has no money and therefore it is unavailable for use. To my knowledge, nothing has been appropriated to VEDA from this fund as required by law, and no information or request was sent to VEDA about using the fund for non-VEDA related use. I would appreciate assistance in assessing this fund for VEDA to fund critical needs that pertain to animal protection and control. For instance, VEDA and our contractual partners at the 3 animal shelters are always in need of equipment and supplies for animal control. Items such as dog traps, animal handling equipment, food and medication for animals that comes under the protection of VEDA are all in constant need. Additionally, training for staff of VEDA, animal shelter employees, and police are critical to moving forward in protecting animal welfare, yet there are never funds to prioritize these activities. In addition to the Animal Fund, 3 other animal-related funds exist by law, but we do not have access to fund balances or the ability at this time to receive the funding. The other funds are Title 14 Virgin Islands Code, subsection 186, the Animal Abuse Fund, Title 32 Virgin Islands Code, subsection 246, the Stray Animal Fund, and Act 7318, the Racino Fund. I appreciate your help in clarifying the access and availability of these funds for use as directed by law. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'm available for questions.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Nelson. Next, we'll go to Dr. Coles.
Good afternoon. With the recent increase in endangered and invasive species being found in and brought into the USDI, we found that there was an increased interest in clarifying and updating the sections of the VI code that pertain to those topics. One of the first issues was to increase the fine for the unpermitted import of non-native species. Other sections of the code refer to penalties of up to $10,000.
Dr. Coles, if you could be so kind, we don't see you on the screen. Can you kindly turn on your camera?
Okay, I would try and do that. I had low signal until it blanked out for me at the beginning. I'll see what I can do here.
What was that, Dr. Coles? You're having some technical issues with your camera?
Yes. It dropped out right before the meeting and I had to switch.
Is that you? Try again. Try again, Dr. Coles. Okay, now you need to unmute. We could see you, but now we can't hear you.
Okay.
Oh,
okay.
Beautiful. We got it done. We got it done. Could you begin? Yeah. Could you start over your testimony and try to speak clearly into the record? Thank you so kindly for accommodating us. Great job.
Okay. All right. Okay. With the recent increase in dangerous and invasive species being found in and brought to the USVI, there was an increased interest in clarifying and updating the sections of the VI code that pertain to those topics. One of the first issues was the increase of fine for the unpermitted import of non-native species. Other sections of the code refer to penalties of up to $10,000 instead of $500. So part of this was to bring the VI code into compliance with itself. Because there are sections of the VI code pertaining to specific animals, such as snakes, the need to make the sections of the VI code agree and support each other. We want to ensure that the burden of violating these rules does not fall on the government or the people of the Virgin Islands, and it is the responsibility of the persons responsible for the import. In summary, this bill was presented to bring into agreement different sections of the VI code dealing with invasive species, livestock, crops, pets, and also provides a mechanism to fund invasive species monitoring and control. Thank you.
Thank you so kindly, Dr. Coles. We'll now ask Dr. Nicole F. Angeli, the Director of the Division of Fish and Wildlife, representing Commissioner Jean-Pierre Oriol, to please place your testimony on the record.
Good day, Senator Joseph, other members of the 34th Legislature's Committee on Government Operations and Consumer Protection, non-committee members and legislative staff present, and members of the viewing and listening public. My name is Dr. Nicole Angeli, Director of the Division of Fish and Wildlife, presenting on behalf of Jean-Pierre L. Oriol, Commissioner for the Department of Planning and Natural Resources. Thank you for the opportunity to present testimony on Bill number 340085, an act amending Title 14, Chapter 7, Section 192 of the Virgin Islands Code, increasing the penalty for the illegal importation of snakes, as well as Title 12, Chapter 1, Section 81D, to make technical amendments to expand the use of the Fish and Wildlife Restoration Trust funds to allow management of species not indigenous to the Virgin Islands, which may pose a threat to the ecosystems and peoples of the Virgin Islands. We would like to begin by stating that DPNR fully supports the intent of both measures. The U.S. Virgin Islands has a major problem with the introduction of a nuisance and invasive species. This problem begins with the importation of non-indigenous species into the territory through the pet trade and cargo. Pursuant to 12 VIC 105D, it shall be unlawful for any person to import or introduce or cause the importation or introduction to the United States Virgin Islands any species of plant or animal which does not naturally occur in the territory without the express written permission of the Commissioner of DPNR. Specifically, as it relates to the importation of snakes, 14 VI Code Section 192A mandates that the importation of any snake of any kind into the territory requires the written permission of the Department of Agriculture. The code grants the authority to the Department of Agriculture to impose fines for failure to obtain written authorization prior to importation, exportation, or freeing of any snake into the wild. It is important to note there exists no authority for DPNR to impose those fines for failure to obtain written authorization for non-Indigenous species. Those penalties that exist for violating U.S. Virgin Islands importation and exportation rules in Chapter 19, BI Code Section 2721 for a fine of $200 or imprisonment of not more than 1 month or both are under authority of the Commissioner of Agriculture. The existing mechanism provides some method of regulation for the import of invasive species, and it is an area in which the Department of Agriculture and DPNR closely collaborate, including co-signing those permits. DPNR provides technical assistance during importation events and recommendations on restricted and allowable wildlife species to limit importation of species that are known to cause harm to communities and ecosystems. Problems with invasive species can be mediated through increased management. Our laws historically mandated greater management of indigenous rather than invasive species. Last year, during testimony to the 33rd legislature, we recommended adding a new section under 12 VIC 81 to address nuisance or invasive species management. That did occur, for which we are grateful. And the new Chapter 2A mandates an invasive species eradication community program, which we are currently setting up the funds and educational materials to promote. Thus, we are pleased to see the expansion of funding from 14 VIC 192 under 12 VIC 81D as proposed here. The amendment allows the department to use funds which could be collected from fines as gifts, donations, fees from the Invasive Species Eradication Program, or dedicated funds from the legislature to address invasive species and be used for rapid response. We would be remiss to not mention an additional opportunity to protect our ecosystems and communities as we continue to face down the global pandemic disease COVID-19. Novel diseases are non-Indigenous to the U.S. Virgin Islands and are also defined as invasive species. We suggest an amendment of 7 VIC Section 124A to prevent contagious or infectious zoonotic disease and non-Indigenous species entering the U.S. Virgin Islands. An amendment to add animal pests, including Indigenous and invasive species, after plant pest carriers would allow territorial inspection of all wildlife shipments into the USVI to ensure invasive species are not present. For our community, this is a basic preventative health measure. Zoonotic diseases, meaning those passed from animal hosts to humans, are ever amongst us, and a comprehensive look at the issue of invasive nuisance and non-Indigenous species must address disease. In closing, we see the benefit in raising the penalty for the illegal importation or release of exotic snakes and other invasive species, including infectious zoonotic disease, into the territory, and we fully support this measure. Our hope, our goal, is to have all persons who seek to import those animals obtain the necessary authorizations. We add that those authorizations and fines are just one aspect of the management challenges surrounding the issue. Thank you for the opportunity to present testimony. I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you so much, Dr. Angeli. Colleagues, we will now proceed with a one round of 4 minutes. 1 round of 4 minutes. We'll now recognize Senator Marvin Blyden for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to the testifiers, and thank you for your testimonies. It is clear that DPNR, Department of Agriculture, and all three individuals who testify support the bill, but Commissioner Nelson, you spoke to having one issue with the amount from $500 to $10,000. What's your concern with that change, Commissioner?
Thank you very much for the question, Senator. While getting some training and developing policies, we were always cautioned about making a policy that the enforcers are willing to enforce. And when you jump from 500 to up to, and I understand that it's up to 10,000, you won't necessarily find an enforcing agent willing to give someone a citation for $10,000 so willingly. They had actually used at the time the example relative to handicap parking and littering as examples where you will have officers unwilling to issue such citations to members of the public because it's so high. So I thought that 10,000 does not seem practical. I know it's meant to be a deterrent, but it does not sound real.
Well, let me say that Dr. Cole spoke in his testimony as to bringing the code into compliance with itself, because Act number 8394, with all these different amendments, as the sponsor mentioned, is just a cleanup by bringing these different amendments, and all that does is bring it into compliance with the code. Now let me state, don't you believe it would actually help in preventing individuals from doing that because of the large amount? Do you see the other side of that? Can you see it from a direction?
Possibly, but I believe more so you'll have individuals giving warnings as opposed to giving citations because they know $10,000 just. This is what myself and Senator James went to training while being senators, and this is what they told us as policymakers, that sometimes when you put it too far out of reach, the individuals charged with giving that citation thinks about that and instead will give a whole lot of warnings and never give a citation. So it cuts two ways.
So what do you believe?
I was just raising it as a point of, the individuals who are charged with giving that citation.
So what do you believe would be a good number, in your opinion?
I mean, we gone from 500 to 10,000. I don't want to say what a good number is. I just feel like it got to be practical,
No, actually a real number. Give me a number. Since you don't agree, give me a number.
It's not even a matter of not agreeing. I think it's just 10,000. It just seems unreal. I think anywhere, even if you go to $1,000, that's a deterrent.
Okay,
the issue here is, I don't think we've ever issued a fine, period. And that is my concern. We haven't issued a $500 fine, not one $500 fine. How will we give a $10,000 or $1,000 fine? Can you ask DPNR if they've ever given a fine for such?
I hear you. In respect to your opinion. And my opinion is, whether the fine be $1 or $10,000, I believe once you have a job to enforce, you enforce. Whatever the code and law says to do, you must do or don't take the job. That's just my position and my point of view. But I hear you loud and clear, and I want to thank you for your recommendation. But nonetheless, I do support the bill because it brings Act 8394 into compliance, and I will be supporting the bill. And thank you again, Madam Chair, for the time, and thank the sponsor for bringing the bill forward.
Thank you so much, Senator Blyden. Senator Novell Francis Jr., you are recognized for your time.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I will be supporting this measure as we move forward. Thank you very much for your testimony, and also to the bill sponsor for moving this legislation forward. Obviously, we do have a situation with snakes in the territory, but particularly here on St. Croix. So this body, the legislature, have moved on several legislation. I think this may be the third recent legislation in regards to the issue of snakes. I totally agree with Commissioner Nelson in respect to the punishment should fit the crime. And we need to, I'm a little bit reserved in terms of whether or not we should make such a drastic increase from 500 to 10,000, because that, again, based on training and experience, again, brings some reluctancy in terms of enforcement. So that is something for us to consider. 500 to 10,000 is really 1,900% increase. So we need to look at that. I wanted to ask you, Commissioner Nelson, what is the collaboration that's going on between the Department of Agriculture and DPNR in respect to the snake situation that we're experiencing in St. Croix?
Well, what we did is we called in Mr. Cole, and he conducted some training because the workers, especially the land prep crew, they go out into the woods and do clearing. So they had some training as far as what to do if they were to run into snakes, and a well appreciated training, I would say. at that. That's pretty much the extent of our collaboration. The department doesn't deal with wild animals. We deal with more of farm animals and, of course, dogs as it relates to our animal care. But that's what we did. We trained our individuals who have to be out in the field to how to conduct themselves in the sighting of a snake.
Very well. And Dr. Cole or Dr. Angelique, in regards to enforcement, what is the level of enforcement? Have you had an opportunity to cite anyone in regards to importation of snakes?
Thank you for the question, Senator. This is Nicole Angeli, Director of the Division of Fish and Wildlife. So our DPNR, Division of Environmental Enforcement, works closely with the Division of Fish and Wildlife for education for importation of animals into the territory. Many pet owners and many of the listening public may be surprised to know that you must apply for an importation permit for any species. That includes your parrots that you have at your house. That includes most of your freshwater and saltwater fish that you're putting in your aquariums. We also permit all of the pet stores, and we do that in collaboration with the Department of Agriculture. But when Customs and Border Patrol calls our Division of Environmental Enforcement, we are asked to accompany the enforcement officer to identify the species, to determine if there was an import permit on file, and if not, if that person who is receiving the animal would be willing to come into compliance. If they are willing to come into compliance, we use it as an education opportunity at this time. And if they're not willing to come into compliance, then we confiscate those animals as they go through Customs and Border Patrol.
Very well. And have you had any opportunity recently to cite anyone in regards to importation, illegal importation?
We've had a great opportunity to educate members of the public who have imported several species of fish, including cichlids. They're a delightful pet for your aquarium, and some members of the public simply aren't aware. That's why we're now in our third year of funding from the Department of Interior for an exotic pet amnesty week, where staff on St. Thomas, St. Croix, and St. John from the Division of Fish and Wildlife set up stands in different locations in the public, and anyone may come and permit their exotic animal. We advertise this in the news media, on the radio, and as well as on our website and Facebook. And we have had many species of gray parrots, macaws, red-footed tortoises that are kept as pets permitted
Dr.
across the
Angelique,
territory.
thank you. I asked about snake. I'm hearing about everything else but snake. But thank you for your response. At this time, again, I'll just ask the bill sponsor to just consider the penalty phase of this particular measure, and I'll certainly support it. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you so much, Senator Francis. Senator James, you are recognized for your point of information.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to make it very clear to my colleagues here today. I supported Act number 8394, which was Bill number 33-0198, the famous snake bill. But in a section of the bill, it says that whoever imports into the Virgin Islands any animal or species not indigenous to the Virgin Islands, or which may pose a threat to the ecosystem of the Virgin Islands or the residents of the Virgin Islands, shall be subject to a fine of not less than $10,000 and imprisonment of 2 years or both. This language is in Act number 8394. This same body voted for a bill that says no less than 10,000. And what I am trying to impose here today is a fine not more, a fine up to 10,000. So it could be from $0, $1 to 10,000. This same body in Act 8394. So I just want to place that on the record. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator James, for that clarification. Senator Johnson, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to the listening audience and testifiers. Dr. Nicole Angeli, I would like to ask a question. Act 8450 was passed May 19, 2021. It's in regards to the snakes. have we begun training anyone to start collecting these snakes at this time and being paid for it?
Thank you so much for the question. We're currently working with the Department of Finance to set up the funds as specified for the Invasive Species Community Eradication Program. On our end at DPNR, all of our training materials, as well as certification licenses, are templated. And so when we are able to access those funds, we will be advertising the beginning of that program that would allow wildlife control operators who are business owners, as well as wildlife removal agents who are volunteers, to access those funds for bounties for snakes.
So right now the department is prepared, have all what is needed to start the training?
Correct.
Hey, Dr. Nicole? I'm asking if the department is prepared and ready to go forward, if it's just the funding you guys are waiting for.
Yes, correct. We're prepared as soon as those funds are issued to have the program roll out.
Thank you very much. I too support this bill, and I think what the author of the bill is saying is up to $10,000. And if someone was to come in with a rattlesnake, a venomous snake, do that fine be the same? I will ask a question to Commissioner Nelson. Do you think someone bringing in a venomous snake should have the same fine as someone bringing in a pet snake that's not, of the territory?
You make a solid point, Senator. I do believe anybody in violation of the law should be fined, and I think that discretion exists. And you're accurate; it did say up to, and I think the discretion exists with the enforcing agency to make the fine commensurate with the penalty. So I hear you, and I don't have any dispute with such.
Okay, thank you. Because I can see that there are different type of snake, different species of snakes that can be introduced. And as early as this morning, I received a phone call about a gentleman turning in a next 7-foot boa, and not only did he turn in this boa out in the north, but when he started to talk about the amount of snakes that you're finding, out on that north side road, it's very serious. And, at this time, we don't have that venomous snakes at least showing up, but it's going to only be a matter of time. And I think we must, find ways of putting an increase in penalties at some point, especially if someone bringing in these real venomous snakes to the territory. And if the first set of boys here is only a matter of when someone will introduce something more dangerous to the territory. So I definitely know that we need to work on doing things to try to, stop folks from bringing them to our shores, and make sure that when they do, that they pay a heavy price for it. Because we cannot continue allowing these different species to come here and start, taking over our territory. And when you speak to anyone that live out in the north side, it's a regular thing of catching these snakes. The numbers that we are hearing is far less than what's out there in the territory, especially on the northern part of St. Croix. So I too will be supporting this measure, and if we need to adjust it and make some amendment to the way we penalize for the different species, so it be so. But we definitely have to find ways of aggressively trying to make sure that these endangered species, these dangerous species, are not introduced to our territory. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
And thank you so much, Senator Johnson. Those were some really pointed observations that you made on the record. Senator Francis Heiliger, you are recognized for your 4 minutes.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers. Good afternoon to the people of the territory. As it relates to Bill 34-0085, I want to specifically ask to any of the testifiers, we're fighting vehemently to modify and amend this piece of legislation, but what I want to know, what type of potential economic impact or environmental impact could happen in this territory if we were not being very vigilant when it comes to invasive species being brought into our territory. DPNR, agriculture, anyone?
Of course, snakes in the territory can have an impact on farm animals, from eating chicken eggs to eating smaller animals themselves. So that can definitely have an impact on farmers. Of course, environmentally, I hike. I'm a little reluctant to go hiking in the bush these days because of snakes. So I guess that can impact those in that area as far as slow down economics for them. But I definitely see, I mean, there are farmers who face, I know one farmer in particular, he posts all of his catches most of his catches on Facebook, Honeyman, and he gets a whole bunch of snakes out there. And, you know, it's something that farmers now have to pay attention to when they're out there working their fields. So it you know, it's just another thing to be aware of, and it does have a financial cost to it, of course, because they're using certain, I guess, chemicals to deter snakes. There's certain things you can put on the ground to sort of have snakes not come around your area, and that's a cost included.
Okay, I'm not sure they can hear. The other question I wanted to ask, we were speaking about amending the code to go up to potentially $10,000, and the discussion around that has to do with, you know, right now at $500, potentially, depending on the type of species you might bring in, might have a way much larger impact on the environment or even the economics of this community. Now, if we are able to amend it to the up to 10,000, is the agency willing to create a policy where it's a tier system based on the different types or categories of animals where the fines could be attributed? And the other question I want to ask is, have you ever, within the last 5 years, fined anyone for these issues where people are bringing in invasive species? Because I keep hearing you speak to educational opportunities, but I'm not hearing you speak about actually fining people. Can she hear me, the young lady?
Dr.
Yes,
Angeli?
hi. So DPNR has not issued citations for importation of invasive species or non-indigenous species, as that authority would reside with the Commissioner of Agriculture. And that's also outside of the division that I'm here representing. My division is primarily focused on educational opportunities with the public.
So agriculture, has there been any type of fines placed even within the last 5 years in regards to this?
So I differ with the opinion of Ms. Angeli. Agriculture does not regulate wild animals. A snake is not farm animals. We give permits and permission based on individuals who request such prior to, but we do not issue fines. We have no enforcement arm in the Department of Agriculture.
Okay, well, I'm sure somebody's going to figure it out and answer me at some point. I would like to get a response when you guys sort it out.
I gave you a response. The response is we don't issue fines.
Time.
Two completely different answers. So if somebody who's listening that's either testifying or in the back end could assist me in sharing the accurate information, I would appreciate it. My time is up. I just want to ask one more question, Madam Chair. May I?
You may proceed.
Thank you. Once these animals are caught, how good are you at quarantining or disposing, euthanizing, or whatever procedure is being used if they're brought in? Because we don't want a situation of some of them being re-released back out into the territory. How do you handle that aspect of it? Okay. Madam Chair?
So sorry, I wasn't sure if that was directed to agriculture or to DPNR, but as far as asking for a quarantine of pets that are imported into the territory, we don't require any quarantine. But I believe their agriculture has different restrictions for quarantine on agricultural domestic species of wildlife.
I'm only speaking to invasive species. How are they handled if they're caught or they're brought in? How do you handle after they're taken into custody? Are they euthanized? Do you ship them out? What do you guys do with them to guarantee they're not back out into the community?
Senator Heiliger, the testifier, your time has been called. The testifier, you can answer Senator Heiliger question on my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, so it would depend on the species. If it was a species of pest, for example, a raccoon, several years ago was found at the container port in St. Thomas, and that animal was euthanized. If it was an animal that would be an appropriate pet for someone to have, that animal could be rehomed, and we would work with one of the shelters or veterinary services in the territory to home that animal. Other states no longer allow us to ship any invasive species back into those states. For example, Florida no longer accepts the import of any snake. So those animals are either euthanized or rehomed, but it depends on the species.
If I can offer, Madam Chair, Mr. Cole usually is the one who catches snakes in the territory, so I'm wanting to hear his response to the senators.
Good afternoon. Every snake that I have handled and captured or received, as many people will give them to me, we put down. And so every snake that I've handled and captured has been put down.
Could you please repeat that, Dr. Coles, on the record, and try to put on your camera once again? Thank you.
The camera's not. I'm waiting for the camera. Can you see me?
Clearly.
Yes. Okay. So every snake that we have received, and we have received snakes from, for instance, the Honeyman and other people who have captured them, and we do put them down. So they're put down. They are measured just to see what size they are, and then we bury them.
Okay, thank you so much. Next, I'll ask and recognize Senator Milton Potter for your 4 minutes. Senator Potter, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to testifiers and colleagues. Without question, the importation of non-indigenous dangerous species to the territory can potentially be of danger to citizens as well as the overall ecosystem. My concern, or my question really was going to be, I think one or two of my colleagues asked before, which was how many fines have we imposed over the course of the last year or so? And basically what I gathered was that the answer is probably zero. DPNR's perspective is that they don't have the authority to impose fines, and they take a more educating perspective. They would educate folks as to the danger of it. And the code seems to indicate that the Department of Agriculture has the power to impose these fines. However, the commissioner rightfully advised us that really he essentially does not have an enforcement arm. He does not have enforcement officers. So my thoughts are that it is not so much a question of the level of the fine to serve as a deterrence. You could put in $5,000, $10,000, $20,000. But if it is in fact not being enforced, that is really, to me, what the issue is. You know, we can feel good that you know, the fine is imposed, that like we do often, we create legislation that is based on sound reasoning, but from a practical standpoint, what impact does it really have if we really don't have an enforcement mechanism in place? So that is the question, that is the concern that I have, just based on what I've heard today from the discussion. But Commissioner Nelson, do I have it right? Based on what you communicated with us today, both Commissioner Nelson as well as the DPNR representative.
Yes, you are accurate with us not having no enforcement officer. But I think you might have it incorrect, as far as I don't believe it is the Department of Agriculture's authority to issue fines for the non-indigenous, non-invasive species. We grant permission, because anybody wanting to, before they import the animal, has to get permission from us, from the territorial veterinarian.
As far as fines, you know, that is something that's totally outside of your purview. That is a DPNR function in your view?
Yes, that in my view it is.
Okay. Dr. Angelique, any thoughts on that?
Yes, thank you. So the Division of Environmental Enforcement, to my knowledge and to the knowledge of the current director, Howard Forbes, we discussed this earlier, has never issued a citation for an invasive species or import fine to anyone.
Okay, but you are empowered to do so.
I believe any VIPD officer would be, as well as peace officers.
Okay, I just wanted to know specifically about DPNR, because I mean, based on the testimony that I read, I think there was a statement that, and forgive me if I misread it, there was a statement that the Department of Agriculture was the entity that was charged with imposing fines for failure to obtain a written authorization prior to importation, exportation, or freeing of any snake into the wild. It is important to note that there exists no authority for DPNR to impose fines.
Time.
Okay, for failure to import written authorization for non-indigenous species. So did I get it wrong?
It's fine. My history being commissioner and prior to, I don't know of the Department of Agriculture issuing any fines other than granting permit or not to import. There's no enforcement of arm, and
what are your thoughts, Commissioner, about DPNR? Not DPNR, but the Department of Agriculture being authorized or being beefed up to have agriculture enforcement officers. Is that something that you see as, you know, having value to something like that, or no?
We do need enforcement officers. According to the code, we are supposed to have an animal warden, which we haven't had staffed, I don't think, in forever. As you heard, Dr. Angeli says, when there's a concern at the ports, they accompany a Department of Agriculture official to determine if the species is non-indigenous, etc. So there is some collab there. However, as far as issuance of fines, we will need, if it is going to be Department of Agriculture, then we will still perhaps need to collaborate with Department of DPNR, Fish and Wildlife. Because remember, we said Fish and Wildlife. We deal with farm animals. Snakes aren't farm animals. That's wildlife. And it's just We just have to clearly mark whose responsibility is what. I think there's some ambiguity in the law that causes this fall through the cracks. But I do support us having some kind of enforcement arm for many reasons. As you know, we go out into these farmlands. The employees go out here unarmed into this bushy area, and it's not always the safest place to be.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. My time has been called.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for your time.
Thank you so much, Senator Potter. I just was going to bring that to your attention that your time was called. Madam Clerk, 4 minutes for me. Thank you. I do have some question, and of course my colleagues have been drilling down in succession relative to the enforcement of this act and the previous act that was passed in the 33rd legislature relative to invasive species and how we can ensure that our community stays protected from invasive species. Recently, I got a video. I don't know if it was in St. Thomas, St. Croix, or which location it was, but I do know we have deers here in the Virgin Islands. And there was a boa wrapped, and this is not the tree boa that's endangered in the Virgin Islands. That's a very small snake, but this was a boa, big, huge yellow boa that was wrapped around a deer about 3 times. What the persons who were viewing this incident, it was on the side of the road, what they did was they took a long palm tree leaf and they start hitting the boa while it was wrapped around the deer. They were totally cautious because they know that that boa could slither and go someplace else or maybe even attack them. Fortunately, because of their diligence, they were able to get the boa to release the deer, and it slithered away, and the deer got up and took off. That may not be the same case if we are not vigilant to be able to enforce this law. For some human being, maybe it may be, God forbid, a little toddler outside in their yard playing and unawares to his parents because they aren't thinking that we have these type of invasive species in our Virgin Islands. They know we don't have alligators. They know we don't have boas. And here comes this boa to harm this infant baby while its parents' back may have been turned. And when they look around, the child is gone. So we want to be able to take things like this very seriously because there are a lot of people who bring in these invasive species. They don't record it with the government. We have no way of tracking them. And when these occurrences come to par, our community becomes horrified that in fact they have occurred, and the first place they're going to point is what is our government doing to protect us? We are paying our tax money, and how are you protecting us from these type of incidents? Prevention is a huge part of any cure, but we have to be able to enforce it and make sure we have some discipline. So I'm sure the proponent of this measure is going to have a good talk, because he's on the Committee on Finance, with the chairman and all their members relative to beefing up so we could have some security as well as some enforcement relative to this measure. I do have a question for Ms. Angeli, Dr. Angeli. In your jurisdiction where you are working, do you impose any fine? Are you guys enforcing any fines?
Time.
You may proceed and answer.
Yeah. Yes. So the Department of Planning and Natural Resources, Division of Environmental Enforcement, works closely with the Division of Fish and Wildlife when there is an incident that requires a citation to be issued, and that does occur. We've not had any importation issue for citations since I've been on staff for the last 3 years.
Okay, so we just need to probably, and this program is already set up and ready to go. That's my final question. Yes.
Yes,
Okay.
correct.
Okay, colleagues, at this time, I will ask Senator Javon E. James Sr., the proponent and the proposer of this legislation, to speak. You are recognized, Senator James.
Good afternoon once again to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Dr. Coles, quick question. Do you have the amount of boas caught as of today? Year to date?
Good day. My camera is kicking on again. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
As of today, from when we started this problem, we caught 423 boas. That breaks down to 142 boas this year and 33 boas this month.
Thank you for placing that on the record. So my question to Commissioner Nelson, when it comes to Title 14, Virgin Islands Code, Section 192, that says, whoever imports into the Virgin Islands any snake of any kind without the prior written permission of the Department of Agriculture shall be fined not more than $500. Can you tell me and this body, what would you like us to put in place to make sure that you can carry out this section of the Virgin Islands Code? Can you place that on the record?
I'm not sure if that's a mandate of the Department of Agriculture, then we have to have some sort of enforcement arm in order to do so. I think that might just require a position in this agency and may not necessarily require legislative action. What I've been actually saying is, historically, I don't know of my entire history in the Virgin Islands, and that's all my life, of Department of Agriculture ever issuing any such fine for snakes.
Understood. And then it goes on to say in Title 19, Chapter 67, Section 2709, any animal brought into the territory without a valid certificate of veterinary inspection required by subsection B is subject to quarantine until a valid certificate of veterinary inspection is issued. Can you speak to the challenges you're having when it comes to carrying out this section of the code? I know you referenced the cost that is passed on to the government, but my bill is addressing that. But can you speak to any other issues you have enforcing that section of the code?
Okay, so whenever we find someone that has brought in an animal or pet or what have you and did not get permission from the Department of Agriculture, so they're required to quarantine it. If it's a larger animal, we could bring it here to the department. I think DPNR sometimes would confiscate that animal and hold it for that period of time to ensure it's not contaminated with any disease or what have you. So we share that responsibility, as you noticed there. It's just one of those gray areas, I believe, Senator, that we just need to, as a territory, look at it closer, from the airlines being involved to ensuring that the agencies are aware, because the idea is people bring things in and we don't find out until or unless it's in the territory and somebody else reports it. But we do have the ability to quarantine larger animals, and the DPNR has the ability to confiscate the animals and hold it until such time that the individual go through the process of filling out the papers and then getting that okay. I think at that point, however, they should be issued fines for even bringing it in without prior approval, because that's what the law actually states, that they should have prior approval. And what we suggested in my testimony is that we should that cost that any one of these agencies have to incur in order to take care of these animals should be passed on to that pet owner or to that animal owner.
Madam Chair, with your indulgence, I have several things to place on the record before I wrap it up.
You may proceed, Senator, and thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Nelson, for placing that on the record. And the bill does address that the quarantine will be at the owner's expense. Colleagues, people pay big money for illegal things all over the world. Importation of illegal items and animals is big business. But what I would like to see put in place is a system where we basically reward individuals who report individuals with snakes, similar to like Crime Stoppers, because it is impacting the ecosystem, which leads to my question: has an assessment been done when it comes to the impact of the ecosystem for invasive species and specifically for snakes in the territory? Anyone can answer to that, if any assessment was done?
An economic assessment has not been done for the territory, no.
So any assessment of any kind was done when it comes to the impact on the ecosystem for invasive species and specifically for snakes?
Yes, we have multiple initiatives. So the first was an analysis of the spatial range of boas. That was a paper that Dr. Coles and I collaborated on many years ago, and was published in Herpetological Conservation and Biology, estimating the actual number of snakes that were in the territory in 2018, which numbered in the thousands at that time. And a second initiative this year with Florida Gulf Coast University, a master's student has been doing stable isotope analysis of the stomach content of boas, and has been looking at both the museum specimens that have been deposited at the Smithsonian National Museum of Natural History, as well as the genotyping of not only the diet of the snakes, but the snakes. We know that these snakes had one matrilineal lineage. That means one female was released. And that one female is the most common genotype of boas in the pet trade. So we've had spatial, genetic, and now diet analysis of those species on St. Croix. We would gladly work with any economists who would like to help us to assess that next social dimension of this invasion.
Madam Chair, I'm kindly asking that Dr. Angeli submit those assessments that were done regarding the impact on the immune ecosystem for invasive species and specifically for snakes to this body, so we can find out exactly what's going on there, and we can tighten up that little loophole that we have between customs and the Department of Agriculture to make sure that individuals are fine and to create a reward system. I can bet you if we put something out there saying, if you know a person with a snake that hasn't been registered in the territory and we give you $1,000, if we slap them a $5,000 fine, out of that $5,000, we give them $1,000 to $4,000 goes to the Virgin Islands government. People out there will do it. We have to protect our ecosystem. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time. And thank you, colleagues, for weighing in on this measure. And thank you, testifiers, for placing the information on the record.
Thank you so much, Senator Javon James. I allowed you a lot of leeway because this is your legislation. I want to also mention, because your legislation does talk about snakes specifically, but Dr. Angeli, we do have a major issue with invasive species here in the Virgin Islands. Specifically, I wanted to also mention one invasive species that has adversely impacted our marine industry, and that is the lionfish. That invasive species is really wreaking havoc in our fish industry, our marine ecosystem, relative to it really devouring a lot of our local fish. So I wanted to, even though this may be a far stretch, I wanted to ask if you've been collecting any data on how this, or assessment on how this invasive species, specifically the lionfish, has adversely affected our ecosystem in the marine ecosystem.
Yeah, of course. Thank you for the question. That initiative to eradicate lionfish in the mid 2000s was actually a project for Fish and Wildlife that Dr. Coles worked on. And through the education and the outreach that was done at the Division of Fish and Wildlife, the community responded. Our communities now have divers who are volunteers who go on the weekend to help manage lionfish. We see very few lionfish in shallow waters that are dive accessible. And that's because of the community response, as well as a nonprofit, CORE, which has organized hunts and strategically takes out lionfish in different places. We've helped fund CORE through community grants so that they have dive tanks and the different equipment that they need. And ideally, any sort of invasive species response would mimic and mirror the trajectory that lionfish control had in the territory, that it starts as a government-based initiative that is taken up by the community. And that was why one of the reasons I think we very much so welcomed the bill last year that allowed us to create an education program for wildlife control agents and operators so that we may train the public so that they can assist us and we can enlist them in that response.
Thank you so much, Dr. Angeli, for that. I just wanted to bring to the attention the correlation between the lionfish being an invasive species and some of these snakes being an invasive species as well, and how the government as well as nonprofit organizations and the public have galvanized their support around it to help reduce the number of lionfish. Because I remember years the lionfish was having a major impact on our fish marine life, and that you're not hearing as much of an issue about it. So it is the relationship, it is building those coalitions to help eradicate some of these items, but at the same time, we need to have some level of enforcement and some teeth, and the teeth comes with funding to be able to implement and enforce these legislation. Colleagues, we have exhausted all of our time on this item. I'm going to ask our testifiers if they can be so kind to place on the record 30 seconds wrap up. We will begin with you, Commissioner Positive T. Nelson. You are recognized.
Hi, thank you very much for the opportunity to testify on this matter. I think the issue of snakes in the territory is a problem for us, but in particular the farming community. I commend the senator in bringing the conversation to the fore. Even though we made comments about the cost of the matter, I think it's very important that we all look at this and see what we can do as far as being good stewards of our environment and, of course, our farm life and, of course, people in general. So I thank you for the opportunity, and I look forward to any further hearings on the matter.
Thank you, Commissioner Nelson. Dr. Coles, you're recognized for your 30 seconds.
Good afternoon. I think that Dr. Angeli suggested the community support for the lions, what happened with the lionfish, has drastically reduced the impact of lionfish on at least St. Croix that I know of. Of the 400 plus snakes that I have recovered, maybe 10 of them have been snakes that I've found myself. It's always been working with the community. The more that we can get the community on our side to help solve this problem, the easier the problem's going to be to solve. So we need the community support to help keep this from happening. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Coles. Dr. Angeli, you're recognized for your 30 seconds wrap up.
Thank you. I wanted to thank the 34th Legislature for continuing to push this issue. Public service announcements, the Facebook posts that we do are all for enlisting the community and enlisting our legislators as well in assisting us to remove invasive species from the wild, to manage invasive species in vulnerable areas until such a time when techniques advance for complete eradications. At this time, we support the measure and thank the legislative body for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, testifiers. At this time, I will release you and hold one moment. I recognize Senator Franklin D. Johnson for your point of information.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I wanted to go on the line of the questioning that you were speaking about the lionfish. And I want you to know that lionfish is a very sweet fish. It tastes good. And really, that's what have helped eradicate it. The fishermen them have been catching them and selling them. I visited the island of Bonaire. And when I visited the island of Bonaire, I went to just about all the restaurants. And the most expensive dish that I had on the island of Bonaire was a lionfish. But if you go to that fisherman right out here, he cuts all the prongs off. If I'm right, Dr. Nicole, isn't it just the prongs them is the poisonous venomous part of that fish? And once that is off, it's a very sweet, delicious fish. Sometimes I go there and I see the fisherman with them and they don't bag up for somebody I can't even get on. So really the fishermen them been fishing them, getting them, and putting them to the market. So you'd be surprised how delicious that fish tastes. And the fish is not poisonous. The fish itself is not. It's the prangs them with the venom in it. If it prangs you, it could do like paralyzing. So I just wanted you to know that. Make sure before you go back to the little island, get some lionfish. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator Johnson, for putting that on the record. I'm sure as human beings, that's one thing about us. We could turn anything, especially in the Caribbean region, you could turn anything, while it may seem poisonous and it's difficult for us to think about consuming it, we could turn it into a sweet tasting dish to eat. Colleagues, at this time, I would like to really release our testifiers and so that we can move on with some action regarding the legislation before us. Testifiers, we thank you so much for taking the time out today to testify on this legislation, and you are now released from the Committee on Government Operations, Consumer Protection. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good evening. Have a good afternoon, Senators.
Thank you. Now, colleagues, do I hear a motion? Senator Javon James Sr., you're recognized for your motion.
Madam Chair and colleagues, I move that Bill number 34-0085, an act amending the Virgin Islands Code, Title 14, Section 192, relating to the importation of snakes and invasive species, to increase the fine for the unauthorized importation of snakes, and to make technical amendments, amending Title 2, Section 81D, relating to the Fish and Wildlife Restoration Trust Fund, to extend the use of the fund to the regulation of the importation and control of non-indigenous invasive species, and amending Title 19, Section 2709, relating to the prevention of the introduction of contagious or infectious animals, to provide that the quarantine of animals is at the owner's expense, be voted on favorably in this committee and forwarded to the Committee on Rules and Judiciary for further consideration. I so move.
The bill has been properly moved and seconded by Senator Francis D. Johnson. Is there anyone? I'm sorry, Franklin D. Johnson. Anyone else seconding the motion? Roll call on bill number 34-0085.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yea. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Senator Francis, yea. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Francis Heiliger. Yes. Senator Francis Heiliger, yea. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Senator James, yea. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph? Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter?
Yes.
Senator Potter, yay. Madam Chair, you have 7 yeas.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The motion carries. Bill number 34-0085, an act amending the Virgin Islands Code, Title 14, Section 192, relating to the importation of snakes and invasive species, to increase the fine for the unauthorized importation of snakes and to make technical amendments, amending Title 12, Subsection 81D, relating to the Fish and Wildlife Restoration Trust Fund, to extend the use of the fund to the regulation of the importation and control of non-indigenous invasive species, and amending Title 19, Section 2709, relating to the prevention of the introduction of contagious and or infectious animal, to provide that the quarantine of animals is at the owner's expense, has been properly moved and seconded and approved by the committee, and will be forwarded to the Committee on Rules and Judiciary for further action and consideration. Senator Javon James, Sr., you are recognized for your point of personal privilege.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, colleagues, for supporting Bill number 34-0085. I want to say a special thank you to Dr. Coles. And like I said earlier, this is a bill that I plan to introduce in the 33rd legislature of the Virgin Islands, but it rolled over into the 34th, and nothing happens before its time. And I'm happy that I was able to get Dr. Coles to come before us, and I met with him prior to having this bill being pro forma and sent to the Committee on Government Operations to make sure that we strengthen it. I want to say thank you to the Department of Agriculture and DPNR, and to the listening and viewing audience. If you see a snake, call 340-643-6262 or 911 and report it. And if you want to know more information about snakes, visit www.stxsnakes.com. And once again, thank you, colleagues, for supporting this meaningful legislation that will protect our ecosystem, and hopefully we can address that situation with enforcement. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator James, and congratulations on the passage of your bill. Colleagues, we're going to take about a 30 minutes recess, and then we will come back for block 4 that is scheduled to be on the agenda. The Committee on Government Operations and Consumer Protection stands in recess. We are back on record. The committee rises out to recess. Madam Clerk, kindly read into the record Block 4 on the agenda, which is our last block on the agenda for today's committee meeting. Madam Clerk, please proceed.
Block 4 from 2 p.m. to 3:30 p.m. The committee will receive testimony on the Virgin Islands Veterans Affairs operations to include but not limited to enabling law and jurisdiction, current agency challenges, and plan for action to resolve challenges. Invited testifier is Mr. Patrick Farrell.
Welcome, Director Farrell, Virgin Islands Veterans Affairs. Thank you so much for being here. Could you please do a microphone check so that we make sure that we can not only see you, but we can also hear you?
Hello and good afternoon.
Pleasant good afternoon. You're coming in loud and clear. Kindly proceed with placing your testimony, your written testimony, on the record.
Chairman of the Committee on Government Operations and Consumer Protection, the Honorable Senator Carla J. Joseph, committee members, and other distinguished senators of the 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands of the United States. A most pleasant good day to you. Additional greetings to all that are viewing via the legislature's Legit TV or any other media outlet. To my comrades in and out of uniform, thank you once again for your service to our country and for your unwavering support. Last but certainly not least, I would like to recognize the staff of the Virgin Islands Office of Veterans Affairs, to whom I refer to as the pillars of the Office of Veterans Affairs: Ms. Hewitt, Ms. Daniel, Ms. Frederick, and Ms. Gordon. I am Patrick D. Farrell, Director of the Virgin Islands Office of Veterans Affairs. Today I'm here to offer testimony on the overview of the Virgin Islands Office of Veterans Affairs. Our mission statement, vision, and strategic goals all reflect the changes in our ever-evolving society and different generations of veterans. The mission of the Virgin Islands Office of Veterans Affairs is to honor the commitment of Virgin Islanders who rose to the challenge of wearing our nation's military uniform, whether voluntarily or involuntarily, by continuing to advocate on their behalf, resulting in the enhancement of their quality of life, and by making sure they receive all entitled services and benefits. Our vision will have been realized when it is blatantly evident that Virgin Islands veterans are equivalent to all veterans across this nation as it relates to federal entitlements, benefits, and services. The Virgin Islands Office of Veterans Affairs continues to provide current information to the veterans of the Virgin Islands as it relates to their local and federal benefits and entitlements. This includes, but is not limited to, available health care, educational opportunities, burial benefits, and the filing and processing of related claims. Additionally, the Office of Veterans Affairs periodically recommends new legislation and amendments of existing laws pertaining to veterans and their families to the executive and legislative branch of the Virgin Islands. This agency remains committed to serving all veterans in the most proficient and expeditious manner as possible. We pride ourselves on resolving the issues of every veteran walking through our doors, reaching out to us virtually, or via telephone in the most respectful manner. Some of our more notable ventures ranging from the latter part of last fiscal year to date includes the following: successfully advocating for COVID-19 testing and COVID-19 vaccinations to be administered in the territory by the U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs. This allowed those veterans who use the VA as their primary provider to have continuity in healthcare. The deployment of the medical team to the Virgin Islands came at no cost to the Office of Veterans Affairs or the Virgin Islands government. Resources needed to complete both the testing and vaccinations were funded holistically by the VA Caribbean healthcare system. Through our partnership with FEMA and the Niski Moravian Church family, we were able to host the vaccination clinics. A major thank you to them both. We also completed the renovation and redesignation of the Earl Alaric Rosen Veterans Affairs Building in Estate Richmond on St. Croix. On the island of St. Thomas, we completed phase 2 of the very first veteran section in a public cemetery on the island of St. Thomas. Before 2017, there was no designated internment section for veterans within our public cemeteries in the St. Thomas St. John district. We are very close, though, to the construction of a second crypt on St. Thomas and the first one on St. Croix. These crypts are our best option until the start of construction for our very first 100% federally funded Veteran State Cemetery in the Virgin Islands. To date, we have met all requirements of the VA Cemetery Grants Program application process and are patiently awaiting the results of the FY 2022 priority list to be published. Recently, the Chief Executive of the Territory, Governor Albert Bryan Jr., led a Virgin Islands delegation to the headquarters of the VA Caribbean Healthcare System located in San Juan, Puerto Rico. The delegation physically included Governor Albert Bryan Jr., Commissioner Justo Encarnacion, and I. Attending virtually were the interim CEO of the Roy Lester Schneider Hospital, Dr. Luis Omaro, and the interim CEO of the Governor Juan F. Louis Hospital and Medical Center, Ms. Daimo B. Williams. During the visit, the commencement of a charter flight for eligible veterans traveling to and from Puerto Rico for VA medical appointments was announced. This charter flight is one of a few ideas which originated in the Office of Veterans Affairs. Eligible veterans will now have a bit of an ease while traveling for their appointments. The aircraft is also able to accommodate veterans that are wheelchair bound. We have been advocating for this service for a period of 3 years or more. Happy to see it come to fruition. Also, the addition of a VA patient advocate or representative to the staff of the VA Caribbean Healthcare System with duty in the Virgin Islands was announced. This vacancy was published on USA Jobs and has since been closed. Per the job announcement, this person will be required to live in the Virgin Islands and be a direct report to the Executive Director of the VA Caribbean Healthcare System. This is definitely a win-win situation for all veterans in the VI. It is my hope, though, that the selectee is one that is familiar with the territory and not someone who will migrate to the Virgin Islands solely for this reason and then leave 6 months after being hired. Some of our future goals are to implement a transportation benefit for disabled veterans who are unable to get to VA medical appointments due to lack of adequate transportation. We found that there are veterans in the territory with ailments that require specialized transportation. This group of veterans may miss appointments or simply refuse to seek medical care to not become a burden on family members or loved ones. This implementation can possibly extend the lives of some of our veterans here in the territory. Secondly, we intend to name our office, our St. Thomas office, in honor of a well-deserving veteran. All veterans are deserving of such an honor. However, only one can be the recipient of this honor. Additionally, quite a few non-service connected veterans continue to travel to Puerto Rico for medical appointments, some of whom do so multiple times per month. The VI Code allows the Office of Veterans Affairs to reimburse this group of veterans for their travel. In my opinion, the difference in being allowed to reimburse versus paying upfront is a matter of process. I am willing to support legislation to allow the Office of Veterans Affairs to pay upfront for these type tickets for our veterans after validation of a VA medical appointment. This will eliminate the financial hardship of those veterans required to travel to the closest VA medical facility based on their medical condition, especially those elder veterans on a fixed income. I submit to you that these initiatives will result in an increase in the quality of life for our veterans here in the territory. These are just some of the things we have in store for our veterans in the near future. We continue to encourage our veterans to access the office using available technology as much as possible. Yes, the office is open. However, we are trying to continue being as safe as possible. Our website allows veterans that are computer literate to conduct most of their VA business from the comforts of a location of their choice. By accessing our website at www.veterans.vi.gov, veterans can register online with the agency, request military records, request reimbursement for authorized medical travel, and request education waivers, just to name a few, all of which can be submitted online for processing. We realize that there is a significant sector of our veterans who may not have computer access or the knowledge to navigate computer systems. Those veterans are welcome to visit the office for assistance after the initial phone call. We continue to assess our operation and think of how we can make this agency an even better oiled working machine. We remain committed to our mission, which is to honor the commitment of Virgin Islanders who rose to the challenge of wearing our nation's military uniform, whether voluntarily or involuntarily. By continuing to advocate on their behalf and by enhancing their quality of life by making sure they receive all entitled services and benefits. Madam Chairwoman, thank you for the opportunity to address you and the Committee on Government Operations and Consumer Protection. I remain available to answer any questions that you or any other member of this body may have for the Virgin Islands Office of Veterans Affairs. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Director Farrell. Colleagues, we will proceed with 1 4-minute round. And as we have done from the inception of the meeting, we will begin our line of questioning and recognize Senator Marvin Blyden for his 4 minutes. Senator Blyden, you're recognized.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon again to the listening and viewing audience, and good afternoon, Director Farrell, and thank you so much for your testimony. I know it has been some time you have been working on some of these initiatives, and it is good to see the fruits of you and your staff's labor. Let me speak to, first of all, let me speak to the veterans section in St. Thomas when it comes to the cemetery. You stated that you completed phase 2?
Phase 2 is close to being completed.
Okay. That's a good thing. And the construction of the second crypt on St. Thomas, you say it's in process. And that was 100% federally funded, correct?
No, actually that's the VI State Cemetery, which is totally different, is going to be 100% federally funded. The second crypt that we're about to build in the Eastern Cemetery and the first one on St. Croix is funded with local funds.
And what the price tag in respect to the federal funds that they're giving you for the state cemetery? How much they're giving you for that cemetery?
$3.5 million.
$3.5 million?
Yes.
Wow, that's a good thing. Congratulations on that.
Thank you.
Let me also ask you, in respect to the delegation and the trip to Puerto Rico for the charter flights to assist our veterans when it comes to their medical appointments, etc. I know you've been speaking about that for some time also. What will that mean for many of our veterans who have been frustrated for some time? And when you speak about that also, I want you to touch on the individual that's going to be there to assist our veteran, the patient advocate, the representative. Can you just speak to both of those quickly for me, please?
Yes, for the charter flight, what that will mean is our veterans will have, as I said in my testimony, an ease. They won't have to go through the lines of competing with somebody else to get to their flight on time. The charter flight will be exactly what it sounds like, a flight that is set up just for our veterans in a designated area. Only those veterans that are traveling on a flight will be in that area, and they won't travel through TSA, but they will still have the customs component. So once they go down to Puerto Rico, there will be a mode of transportation set up ready to take them from the airport directly to the hospital. After they're finished with their appointments, if they finish early, even if they finish early, they will then be transported back to the airport early and then transported back to St. Thomas or St. Croix on that very same aircraft, which again is able to take a veteran that is in a wheelchair.
And the patient advocate, are they going to be bilingual, and are they going to be assisted when it comes to that travel in terms of the barrier, the language barrier? What's going on in that space? Are you working on something there, or is that part of the process?
Okay, for the patient advocate / representative, that person will be based here in the Virgin Islands, and they will be required to live in the Virgin Islands. Being bilingual, I don't think that was a requirement from what they put out, but that person will be able to help with appointments, making sure our veterans are heard even on a different level now. Because yes, right now, my office is the one that hears the complaints or concerns, but now there will be someone on the ground that's on the federal side of the VA that can relate those concerns directly to the executive director of the VA Caribbean Healthcare System.
Madam Chair, I have one more question. Can I conclude, please?
You may proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Director Farrell, my last question is in regards to you willing to support legislation with the upfront tickets for the veterans, especially many of those who have VA medical appointments and they're not going to Puerto Rico, but that has been a bone of contention for some time, and I'm happy to see that you spoke to the veteran and you're making some type of concession. And I must say, throughout the years I've been here, and you have been in that seat, you have been always willing to listen and work with on behalf of the veteran. So can you speak quickly to that? And I want to thank you again for your responses. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. Right now, as it stands, we are able to reimburse, and we do reimburse 100% of the travel, the airplane ticket for those veterans that are traveling to the closest VA medical facility. The money is in our budget, and what I'm saying is those veterans that travel to Puerto Rico multiple times a month, with us being able to pay upfront for their tickets, because we have to reimburse them anyway, so the funds are already there. If we pay for their ticket upfront, that will ease them from having to find monies to pay for their tickets. Because believe it or not, some veterans, when they cannot find the money to make it to their appointments to the closest VA medical facility, they opt out of their appointments. And in my opinion, I'm sure in your opinion as well, their health is more important. So I definitely will, again, support legislation to remove the word reimbursement and allow us to pay upfront for ticket costs to the closest VA medical facility.
Makes sense. Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. Senator Francis, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and good afternoon. And thank you, Director Farrell, for your update to the Committee of Government Ops as well as to the people of the Virgin Islands. And I appreciate your testimony.
Good afternoon, Senator.
Can you tell me, and I know that this may be somewhat subjective at times, but what is the morale of our veterans at this time?
The morale of the veterans, that's a question that I probably cannot answer holistically, because we don't come in contact with 100% of our veterans in the territory. However, I would say to you that the morale of the veterans that we are in contact with, at least 90% of those veterans that come in contact with my office, their morale is at a high state.
Very well. Thank you for that. You spoke about the cemeteries in your testimony as well. What is the status or the update on the St. Croix cemetery? I know that there was some additional space made available that was supposed to be prepared and everything for additional burials in the veteran section at the Kings Hill Cemetery. What's the status on that?
Yes, thank you for that question, Senator. And you're absolutely correct. There is a space allotted for what's going to be the very first VA State Cemetery. And we're not just talking just a section, but an entire VA state cemetery. That section is still there. However, we are waiting, as I mentioned in my testimony, for the results of the what I would call it, the cemetery program, the Grand Cemetery Program. They go through a bidding process every year. So we have met all the requirements, and we're just waiting for the results. In the interim, I know your concern is that the present veterans section within the cemetery, the Kings Hill Cemetery on St. Croix, is now just about filled. Correct. In the interim, we have identified a place where we could use monies to build a crypt similar in nature to the ones that's on St. Thomas, that takes up less space. We'll use that crypt in the interim until we get the VA State Cemetery rolling and built. And what is the status on that? Is it still in the discussion phase? Have there been an RFP put out in order for us to go ahead and construct that? What is the current status of the crypt? Right now, the crypt, the RFP process has not started as yet. I think the financial team is coming back down to the legislature sometime in the real near future to have everything approved by this body. Okay. And in respect to the naming of the VA's office in St. Thomas, do you currently have a name, or is that something that you're working on? We do have an individual in mind, yes, sir. Anything for public consumption at this time, or is still going through a process? Still going through a process. I'll be glad to release that name at the appropriate time, sir. Not a problem, not a problem. Are you aware of any of our local servicemen that may be overseas in any form of conflict at this time? I am not. I know that the National Guard had 2 members that were deployed, and one has recently returned. I'm not sure of the return of the next one, but I understand it's supposed to be in short order. Very well. There was some legislation created for a build-out of a veterans designation on St. John, similar to what's available in St. Croix and St. Thomas. What is the status of that? I am not aware of that, sir. Not aware of that. That was Senator Tavis legislation that allowed for us to have build out similar to what we have at the Vern Richards Park in Frederickstead. Oh no, that was the name of this circle. That was a veterans circle. Okay. I thought you meant an office space. No. The circle, and for us to pop the monuments and everything, similar to what's available. Madam Chair, if I could just wrap up with those issues. You may proceed, sir. Yes, on St. John with those issues. Right. The funding was allotted to the VI Council on the Arts. So the VI Council on the Arts and the Office of Veterans Affairs are to be working together to make that come to fruition. Very well, and if I could just ask if you could respond on the chair's time, what's happening this year for Veterans Day? Whether it's going to be virtual again, or what is your plans for Veterans Day this year? Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the time, and thank you for your responses, Director Farrell. Yes, Madam Chair, if I can, for Veterans Day this year, we have not made an ultimate decision just yet. And that's simply because of the, of course, the obvious, the pandemic situation. We rather wait a little closer to that date and time to make that decision, because this is so fluid.
Thank you so much, Director Farrell. Director Farrell, I really want to commend you and your team for all that you're doing. I know that recently, we had that whole horrific occurrence in Afghanistan. Tell us how veterans are looked at as far as being recognized to receive support from your office. Do they have to be enlisted in the Virgin Islands to receive support and all the benefits that you are working hard to implement?
The veterans, there are 2 sets of different sets of benefits for veterans. Sorry. Of course, we have the federal entitlements. Federal entitlements remain the same for every veteran across the nation or wherever they may reside. As it relates to state benefits, those benefits are only for those veterans that enlisted from the Virgin Islands.
Thank you so much for that clarification. Senator Franklin D. Johnson, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to Mr. Farrell. Testify.
Good afternoon, Senator.
I want to follow up a little bit on the line of questioning with my colleague. The crypts that you're talking about, where do you intend to build that crypt on the island of St. Croix?
There's a section directly west of the current veteran section right now that was cleared before. It may be a little overgrown right now, but it was cleared at one time before. We plan to build that crypt to the farthest northern portion of that section, leaving the rest of that empty space for the VA State Cemetery.
And I saw in your testimony you say that, and you just also, I'm following up on what you stated with our Senator, my previous colleague, that you're awaiting the results of the FY 2022 priority list. So is it a possibility that we cannot be granted this 100% grant funding?
It's a possibility that we could not be granted it in this fiscal year. Yes, because again, it's all up to based on priority, and the funding goes based on that. The Department of Veterans Affairs is the one that sets the priority. But I will tell you that because we have not one VA State Cemetery here in the territory, we stand a very good chance of receiving those funds this particular year.
And for just the listening audience, describe what this crypt looked like. Just for the sake of
the Veterans Crypt?
Yeah.
The Veterans Crypt is mostly more so like a mausoleum. If you ever travel on the island of St. Thomas, there is one right now that is in the Eastern Cemetery, in the front side of the Eastern Cemetery, where we place our internal veterans that their family or them themselves choose to be in there. Right now, it holds 64, the remains of 64 veterans, 32 on each side.
I just wanted to make sure that I understand it and the audience understand what we're speaking about. But I'm a very straight and frank person. I think the Big Island has a lot of land, and I'm not so much in support of the crypts. I think most people would like to have that private burial site for their loved one where they can go and gracefully sit there and have a conversation if they may. You know, sometimes people do that. And then on Veteran Day, they can take their time and paint up that individual grave. And sometimes different groups organize with them and assist them with that. And on the Big Island, knowing that we have a lot of land in that area, especially in the Kings Hill area that's designated for burial. And that section that I saw them clear off is a pretty big section for veterans. So I stand to say I do not support the crypts on the island of St. Croix due to the fact that we have some land available for individual grave site. I really applaud you for your efforts with the charter flight. I really support that. And know that, as you say, if you can purchase these tickets in advance, it makes a big difference. It really do make a big difference in a veteran, someone who have went out there and struggling to get to his medical attention. So I support that. I thank you wholeheartedly for your initiatives and try to move that forward. What kind of timeline are we talking about the implementation of that transportation with that charter flight? What type of timeline for it to be implemented?
Actually, Senator, the first one was earmarked to take place about 2 weeks ago when we had the weather over the weekend. The first one was going out of St. Croix, but that particular Monday, because of the weather, again, it did not lift off just for safety reasons. So I do imagine within the next week or two that very first flight will take place.
So you're good to go as we speak here today?
Yes, sir.
Have you considered having some conversation with the director of managers of Vitran to try to afford and provide additional extended service for a veteran that has a difficult time in getting around the territory?
Actually, Senator, you kind of will make me spill the beans on one of our next initiatives. So thank you for that question. We are in the process right now, and when I say in the process, the request for bid has already went out, and we already have a slew of people that bid on it. What we're setting out to do is provide transportation for veterans here in the territory that need to get to their VA medical appointments here locally. We'll provide that transportation for them from their home to the VA medical appointment and back to their home. That will include those veterans that are bedridden, those that are in a wheelchair, and those that may be walking with a cane and have limited mobility. That is something that's well in the process, that's almost completed, and that will be funded by the Office of Veterans Affairs. Thank you for that question, Senator.
Very, very good to hear that. Madam Chair, I have one more question. May I just close off with this?
You may proceed, Senator.
This one will take about 5 minutes.
Please do not abuse your time, Senator. Practice some deep control.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. We realize that there is a significant sector of our veterans who may not have computer access or even the knowledge of navigating through this computer system. Does Veteran Affairs welcome the visit of our veterans to your office to assist them with their phone calls and different stuff that needs to be done via the internet?
As mentioned in my testimony earlier, Senator, those veterans that are not computer literate or need assistance are always welcome to our office, and we'll provide some assistance for them. All that needs to be done, they make a phone call to us, and if we cannot do it over the phone for them, because sometimes we can do it over the phone. If we cannot do it over the phone, we'll ask them to come into the office and assist them that way.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I appreciate what you're doing for our veterans and hope that we definitely get this opportunity to be awarded that cemetery here on the Big Island, and at some point try and get one on the small capital. Thank you very much.
Madam Chair, if I can respond to the Senator's concern about the CRIP on the island of St. Croix.
You may proceed, Director.
And Senator, I just wanted to put the train of thought on the record as to why such an island that has so much land space will be given a CRIP for our veterans. Being that the site for the VA State Cemetery has already been identified, we wanted to make sure to keep our veterans in the same location. Yes, we can possibly move to another spot to bury our veterans once we run out of space in the Christiansted Kings Hill Cemetery, but then that'll mean we have two totally different locations that our veterans will be at. So again, I just want to remind that the CRIP is just interim until we get the VA State Cemetery up and running. And Senator Johnson, I know you're happy to hear that the very first VA State Cemetery will be built on the Big Island of St. Croix.
And thank you so much, Director Farrell. Senator Javon James Sr., you are recognized for your 4 minutes.
Good afternoon, testifier. Good afternoon once again to the people of the Virgin Islands. You made mention of VA patient advocate representative to staff of the VA Caribbean healthcare system with duty in the Virgin Islands, and you said the vacancy was published on USA Jobs. This position is not funded locally. It is a federally funded position?
You're absolutely correct.
Okay, so what obligation a person has or when it comes to conducting business with you?
Well, that person does not have to conduct business with our office. However, this office will be the one to make sure that that person remains honest. When our veterans have their concerns and complaints and they come to our office, then we'll in turn go to that representative if we must.
I'm happy that you brought this to our attention, and there are so many things going on in government that is impossible to keep up with everything as a senator, but I'm asking if you could just submit through the chair and to the rest of my colleagues more information regarding this individual, so whenever this vacancy is filled, we can hold a person accountable and make sure that they're representing the Virgin Islands. Can you do that for us?
I will try and get the, if you wanted the scope of work, I'll try and get that from the VA Caribbean Healthcare System and then provide that to you.
Yes, please do so. And thank you for your transparency. You also made mention of the VA Cemetery Grants Program, and you are awaiting the results of the FY 2022 priority list to be published. This priority list is something internally or externally?
This is by the federal government, United States Department of Veterans Affairs.
All right. And do you have any timeline, or is it just a waiting process?
We are right now at the end of August. I see probably by the 15th of September, those results being published. Any day between now and the 15th of September.
Thank you once again for that information. And what are you doing to promote www.veterans.vi.gov to bring awareness to all the different resources that you have here? Because I must admit, it is very resourceful based on what I'm seeing here. What are you doing to promote that and bring awareness to that website?
Well, what I do is, first of all, I try to keep it up to date as much as possible. That's the very most important thing. Secondly, we use our social media page to promote that as well. And as you may or may not know, I have a radio show every Tuesday from 7 p.m. to 8 p.m., which I also push this information on to make sure our veterans are aware.
I'm not sure how much you have in your budget when it comes to promotion, but every once in a while, can you do some sponsored ads on Facebook or what have you?
Oh, we do.
Okay. Well, I haven't been seeing them in my demographics. Unless you put an age limit on it, you know, you could put
I tell you what, though, I did do a sponsored ad for veterans registration, and it was blocked simply because I think it may have looked too political in nature, because when I was standing there doing it, it had a lot of the flags, the U.S. flag and the VA flags there. So I'm thinking that it was blocked simply because it may have looked too much like a political ad.
Understood. I know exactly what you're talking about when it comes to Facebook. They're very sensitive since that election with Donald Trump, President Trump, former President Trump. When it comes to compiling a record of burial spaces in the United States Virgin Islands, can you speak to what system you are using? How are we digitizing to make sure that those records last for a very long time?
Actually, that responsibility is one of the Department of Public Works. However, I would tell you, with the building of the crypts, our office now has a very good record of who is in the crypts. But other than that, in the other spaces around the territory, that's the responsibility of the Department of Public Works.
Madam Chair, I just want to reference one quick thing in the Virgin Islands Code.
Sure. And you wrapping up as well?
Yes, will.
Thank you kindly.
Title 3, Virgin Islands Code, Section 8A, paragraph 10. It speaks to the Office of Veteran Affairs tasked with the responsibility of compiling a record of the burial places within the United States Virgin Islands of deceased servicemen and servicewomen, including their rank, division, and length of service, name and location of cemetery, and location of their graves therein, and such information as may be desirable. The reason why I'm asking you this is because the governor constantly speaks about digitizing government, and I want to make sure years from now, based on the Virgin Islands Code, that is your responsibility, that we have that accurate data and records. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you so much, Senator James. Would you like to add anything to Senator James' line of information that he presented to you, Director Farrell? Are you good?
Absolutely. I can say something on that. And Senator James, thank you for that. But I would say to you that when the family of a veteran has the decision on where they bury their loved one, they are not obligated to come in and report to the Office of Veterans Affairs, where they very much do so. The only one I can say that we really absolutely have control of is the ones that we control, which is the crypts at this point, and in the future, the VA State Cemetery.
Point of information, quick point of information.
Point of information, Senator Franklin D. Johnson.
Senator James.
I'm sorry, Senator James. You know, two of you guys usually are so close together, your voices sound the same. But continue.
So I have a quick point of information, and I'm happy that we're having this conversation. It's a fruitful conversation, and we're not pointing fingers. But hopefully you can start the dialogue with Department of Public Works that when individuals who serve in the United States military are about to be buried, that they inform the Office of Veteran Affairs, and then from there on, you compile this record as you are mandated to do in the Virgin Islands Code. So just some little suggestion there. Because I know we have the little memorials and all the different monuments that should name the deceased, and it's only right that we collect those names. And thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
You're welcome, Senator James. Senator Francis Heiliger, you are recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon to my colleagues once again, to the people of the territory, to the testifier. I am very happy that you're here so we could have a dialogue, as one of the things that I have always thought is very important, that when it comes to the veterans, the people that have done their utmost to really protect us, I think they should get all the services and assistance that they need. Now, I was able to attend a meeting a few weeks back with the veterans, and they were expressing quite a bit of their concerns in regards to, I think it was down by American Legion here on the island of St. Thomas, where they were expressing quite a bit of their concerns and issues. And you were at that meeting, and you did get a chance to speak to them. One of the things that they discussed at that meeting had to do with them traveling to Puerto Rico. And it was discussed of having a delegation to go down and tour the facilities, et cetera. But their concern wasn't about how beautiful the facilities looked. It was how they were treated when they got there. And one of the things that they asked and they suggested, because we spoke about a patient advocate, what are your thoughts in regards to having a patient advocate in Puerto Rico? Because how would you possibly go about if that's something that could even be done? Because that was one of their major concerns, where they go down to Puerto Rico, the language barrier for some of them, sometimes the interaction with the staff at the hospital, it's like they're not getting the service they need in a way where they feel like, we're welcome at times. Is that something, the same way we potentially have an advocate here, could that something that could be done in Puerto Rico as well?
Actually, Senator, there is a patient advocate that's stationed within the hospital that is that's hired by the United States Department of Veterans Affairs. Now, if we're saying that we want to do that one from the Virgin Islands, then that will entail quite a bit. That will entail hiring the person, probably housing the person. And also with that, we have to look at access to that facility, because that is a federal facility. Can we, as the local government, put a patient advocate in that hospital from the Virgin Islands? Maybe it may require some type of federal-state partnership. I will not say no, but it will take some work.
Yes, that's what I'm asking, what the possibilities were, because like they said, for them, when they go there, it's difficult. And sometimes having someone that they know or face and could speak the same language, you understand what I'm saying? And that's what they're talking about. Yes, thank you so much. What you spoke about the charter flights before. What type of financial impact does that have for you guys? And do you see, is that funded through grants? I wasn't sure as to your response earlier. How does that fully work?
That is funded 100% by the United States Department of Veterans Affairs.
Good. I'm happy to hear that. I also wanted to ask in regards to one of the things when I was at that meeting, they talked about their concerns and in regards to having on-island providers. and for some of the, some of the most frequent things that they have to do as opposed to consistently flying out. What is the status in regards to that, or is that something, do we have enough doctors, nurses, facilities here that they could get some of the services necessary here on the island?
We absolutely, in my opinion, have enough doctors and facilities here in the Virgin Islands. The thing about it is those doctors must be a part of what's called the VA Community Care Network. If they're not part of that network, and it's very easy for them to opt into that network if they would choose to, then our veterans would be able to see those physicians. Now, I'll tell you one of the main issues for some of our doctors not being in the VA Community Care Network is the reimbursement rate.
And that is what I recall that was being discussed, and they wanted to know, how could that could be communicated in a way to encourage more doctors to participate, or even see if those reimbursement rates could be adjusted specifically here for the Virgin Islands. As you know, our cost of living is quite a bit higher than most places. Are those things that your agency can advocate for on behalf of the veterans, or if something is set in stone, it's just set in stone?
It's two parts to that. Yes, it is set in stone right now, but just like any law, laws can be changed or amended. So something like that is changed through Congress. So we would then in turn have to have communication again with the delegate to Congress office, and then go through that route to try and get it changed. But I myself personally have had meetings with the executive in charge of healthcare for the entire United States Department of Veterans Affairs, Dr. Richard Stone. And this is something that the very top leadership in the United States Department of Veterans Affairs is very much aware of.
Senator Senator Heiliger, I don't know if you heard, but your time was called, but the chair will allow you to wrap up.
Yes, I was about to say, well, I appreciate it. Well, what I was about to say is thank you for giving me those answers, and I look forward to diving a little bit more into this, because these are some of the major issues that our veterans need to get resolved, to get the services that they need even here in the territory. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Senator Francis Heiliger. Senator Milton Potter, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon to Director Farrell. Director Farrell, thank you very much. Thank you to you and your small but very effective staff for all the work that you do on behalf of local veterans who have sacrificed so much on behalf of us and on behalf of this country. So thank you very much for that. Director, on page 2 of your testimony, you mentioned that you successfully advocated for COVID-19 testing and COVID-19 vaccines for veterans. Do you have any idea what percentage of our local veterans, I know this might be a long shot, what percentage of our local veterans are vaccinated? And what's the general sense in the veteran community regarding being vaccinated?
Actually, saying that you are right, that may be a long shot, and that's simply because the veterans had an option whether to get vaccinated with the Department of Veterans Affairs or to get vaccinated within the community, with the government, or with private physicians. So that's definitely something I cannot answer.
Okay. Does your office do any sort of campaign? Has there been any efforts on your part to encourage the vaccination among our veterans?
When we invited the United States Department of Veterans Affairs to the territory for the sake of vaccinations, we were definitely out there doing a campaign, letting them know, hey, this vaccination is available to you as a veteran. You'll have continuity in your medical care because it will go directly into your medical records that you so use as of right now. So the answer is yes. Have we been out there campaigning and encouraging since then? Not so much.
Okay. Thank you for that, Director Farrell. When a member of the community knew that you were going to be coming here today, they asked me to ask you a question regarding the acquisition of replacement veteran ID cards. And they advised me that they have been trying to acquire a replacement card for upwards of a year, which to me sounded, insane, really. And just wanted to get, and that's just from me on the outside, I just wanted to get your take on it. Is this something that is a challenging process for veterans who misplace their IDs to get a replacement working through the Office of Veteran Affairs?
I would first ask if you could specify, are you speaking of an ID through the Office of Veterans Affairs, or are you speaking of the ID card that's issued at the VA clinic, which is through the United States Department of Veterans Affairs?
I'm going to have to get some clarification. What they advised me was that anything that required proof that you are a U.S. veteran, normally you would be able to flash a card. And what they are now having to do is provide the DD-214 paperwork as verification that they were in fact or are in fact honorably discharged veterans.
Okay, I understand you now. And you said 1 year being insane. But I will tell you that that entire process was actually dormant for longer than 1 year. However, I am happy to tell you that we have made contact with the leadership of the VA Caribbean healthcare system and advocated for our veterans. And as a matter of fact, there are two of your colleagues that reached out to me directly, and I was able to report back to them that the ID card machine is now up and running and operational. So our veterans out there, if you're listening, you can go to your clinic, find out what day and time it is they're issuing those ID cards, and you will, once you're eligible, you will be able to get your ID card now. That has been fixed, has been rectified.
Excellent, sir. Excellent. Madam Chair, if I may just wrap up with one question.
You may proceed.
Okay. Director Farrell, I know you mentioned, I was very pleased to hear about the VA grants program application and the plans for us to have a veteran state cemetery. And I heard you mention to my colleague from St. Croix that cemetery will be on St. Croix. So I just wanted to know, is there going to be a cemetery in each district, a state cemetery in each district?
Yes, the plan is to have the very first one on St. Croix, and then when that one is completed, then we will move on to the St. Thomas St. John district and have one in this district as well. Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much for your remarks. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you so much, Senator Potter. Senator Franklin D. Johnson, you have a point of information you would like to share?
Point of inquiry, please, madam.
Point of inquiry.
Director, on your website, you advertise on your website that you assist veterans with home ownership. How many veterans have succeed with this initiative?
Senator, what we did is we invited, it's two parts. We invited from the United States Department of Veterans Affairs, the actual office that deals with home ownership on the federal side. We invited them through a town hall back in November of last year, which was very successful. We had between 65 and 70 participants on that meeting, and they talk about it up to today, how they were able to get current and very valid information. Now, on the local side, there is a program through the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority. The Office of Veterans Affairs and the VA Housing Finance Authority have met on numerous occasions to put in place, not only put in place because it's already in the law, but just to put in place the process that our veterans would need to go through to be able to obtain and use that program that they have.
With that initiative, is there land already available and marked out for this?
Right now, there is none. However, every time that the VA Housing Finance Authority construct a subdivision or sets aside lands for sale, 25% of that subdivision or that land space is directly for veterans for 90 days. Within that 90 days, if no veterans come forward and say they'd like to take advantage of that opportunity, then it goes back into the general population. But our veterans have 90 days in any subdivision or spaces of land.
Do they communicate with you and inform you of this 90 days so that you could reach out to your veterans by your website by any chance?
Yes, and what we'll do is we'll also put that out on our radio show as well. And we also put up press releases which go directly to the phones of our veterans as well.
And my final question to you, has the Administrative Secretary 1 position for the island of St. Croix been filled?
Right now, we are at 100% staffing levels and have been that way for quite some time.
Senator
There's a
Johnson.
new position that comes available beginning October 1st. Is that the one you're talking about?
Yes.
Okay, so we cannot fill it until the fiscal year starts. That's in the next fiscal year.
And how is your communication with your bilingual colleagues?
Senator Johnson.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Yes, you had a point of inquiry. Kindly practice some discipline and remember it's a point of inquiry and it's just one question. So
Point of inquiry?
and I have given you significant amount of leeway, Senator Johnson.
Point of inquiry?
Don't abuse it. This is the last one.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Mr. Farrell, how do you communicate with your Hispanics? Do you have a bilingual staff on board?
We have a volunteer that is very much bilingual that helps us out in that way if we need that. We do have a
Thank you very much.
Personal.
Thank you so much, Director Farrell. Sometimes my colleagues in their zest and their love to get questions in, we are very mindful of the time and your time and listening audience time. So I just want to make sure that we are following and practicing our rules and mindful of the time. It's my time, 4 minutes, Madam Clerk, on the time. Director Farrell, my dear classmate, I hope that you're doing well this afternoon. It's good to see you.
I'm doing well, Senator, and I hope the same for you, classmate.
Thank you kindly. I wanted to bring to your attention some items that I know of. I've been engaged in 2 meetings with a number of veterans. The first one was in June. I sent my staff to the last one that occurred on June 27th. And it's good that our veterans are actually getting the attention and the service that they deserve. There's a segment of our veterans that hold a special place in my heart, and those are our Vietnam veterans. What are we doing to assure that when they have, especially some of them, they have appointments, and they are not getting the appointments at a early stage? It's taking too long. Some of them have to wait 6 months. What alternative can they look for and for you to advocate so that they can get the health care treatment that they deserve on a more rapid pace?
Thank you for that question, Senator. And I will say that while you have a segment of our veterans that you have special in your heart, I have all. Right?
That is a good thing.
But which is a good thing. And I will tell you, as it relates to appointments, again, this is where that brand new patient advocate / representative will come in very, very handy. Of course, you know the appointments are controlled and issued by the United States Department of Veterans Affairs. Those veterans that now get appointments that are far from the very initial time that they get to see the doctor or want to see the doctor, then that's where we come in as advocates to try and get them a closer appointment. Of course, as you mentioned, what's the alternative? One of the alternatives may be to travel to Puerto Rico to the main facility to get a quicker appointment. That's just one option, because most times when they have an appointment that's far away, it's because the doctors here in the territory that are within the community care network, they may not have an available space. However, if that veteran is willing to travel to Puerto Rico, most times, now not all, but most times, they are then able to get an earlier appointment.
Okay, what about options to travel to the mainland so that they can receive the care there and they don't have the issues of the language barrier, and where their family, they may have supports? Because you and I both know that when you're receiving health care, especially if you're going to a doctor visit, it's always good to have that family support there for you, no matter what. And one of the reasons why I mentioned the Vietnam veterans is because unlike what exists today in the military, where you have a choice of whether to join the military or not, the Vietnam veterans, they were drafted. They didn't have a choice. They didn't have a choice, and they were drafted, and they served in a war that some of them may not have even wanted to be in. So, of course, they're going to have that special place in my heart for all veterans. My brother is a veteran. He have a special place. But I tell you, the Vietnam veterans, they hold a very, very special place for me. So tell me how we're looking as far as getting those veterans who may not have the service available to get those services.
Time.
So what I will tell you, and I'd like to make it abundantly clear for the record, that any eligible veteran, no matter where you live or where you serve, you can go into any VA medical facility in the nation, anyone, and you would not be turned back for service. So if it is that you are in a place where there's a VA medical facility and you want to go into that facility to be seen, especially if it's a medical center, not a clinic, you'll absolutely be seen, even if it means going in through the emergency room and reporting your case, and then they evaluate you from there. So there's no issue with being seen at any VA medical facility in the nation.
But would they be eligible for the reimbursements?
For the reimbursement, in accordance with Code of Federal Regulations number 38, you would, unless it's an emergency situation, you would then have to travel to the closest medical facility where there are arrangements for that to be reimbursed.
Okay, I do have one final question that came in just now on my phone, and I wanted to ask you relative to discounts by the realtors or realtors or retailers, rather, retailers like Home Depot for veterans. I know I saw some discounts being advertised for Kmart specifically. Are you working behind the scene on the national level, or you have knowledge about other retailers that are looking to offer our veterans discount on their purchases, specifically because our veteran store or military store is no longer active here in the Virgin Islands?
So on the national level, there are organizations such as the American Legion and the other VSOs that when they go to lobby, they lobby for things like this, for stores to be able to present discounts for our veterans in different places. Now, I will speak specifically to Home Depot since that was mentioned. You know, Home Depot is a private entity, and they absolutely have the last say as to when or even if they will offer a discount. Right now, they offer a 10% discount year-round to those veterans that are retirees or service-connected. Other than that, our other veterans are offered that discount during 3 times a year: Veterans Day weekend, Memorial Day weekend, and 4th of July weekend. And that was said by the Home Depot, which again is a private entity.
Thank you so much, Director Farrell. Senator Milton Potter, you're recognized for your point of inquiry.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Just very briefly to Director Farrell, I was very happy to hear about the VA patient advocate rep that's going to be coming on board sometime soon. And I just understanding that you have a grip, you have a handle on the cultural nuances here in the territory and an understanding of the veteran population here. Are you going to have any input whatsoever in who is selected for this very critical position?
The short answer to that, Senator, is no, simply because it's a position being put out and funded by the United States Department of Veterans Affairs and not the local government.
So there's going to be no discussion with you whatsoever in that process?
I will help them as far, when they come on board, as far as, getting to know the blueprint and the cultural, if it's somebody from outside. Hopefully it's somebody that's within the territory already and knows the veteran population. But if not, I'm willing to lend my services to help that person to get acclimated.
Thank you very much for your response. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
You're most welcome, Senator Potter. Colleagues, I believe we have exhausted all of our time. Director Farrell, I'll allow you 30 seconds to do a wrap-up.
Thank you, Senator. And before I even go on, I just want to say, pay homage and respect to the families of all those that lost their loved ones in the country of Afghanistan here recently. Those of us who have served, even in combat times, we know how it is to lose a battle buddy or even a friend in combat. So my heart definitely goes out to all those families that may have lost loved ones and to our country. To bring it home locally, veterans, again, thank you for your assistance in any way. Thanks for your support. And to the pillars of Office of Veterans Affairs, continue to do the great work that you do. To the legislative body, I thank you again, and I stand here willing to assist to enhance the quality of life for our veterans in the territory.
Thank you so much, Director Farrell, and you're released from today's testimony before the Committee on Government Operation and Consumer Protection. Colleagues, we've had a very robust day. I want to thank you so much for being here and for being with us. I would also like to thank all of my staff for being here. I thank the central staff. I thank everyone for participating in a very robust and thought-provoking meeting. The Committee on Government Operation and Consumer Protection for Friday, August 27th is hereby adjourned.